Let's take a peek-see here. Looks like we're going good. It started. We're streaming. So let's get into it. So today, I want to change things up a little bit. We're gonna go kill some bosses. We're gonna have some fun killing some bosses. I want to try and upgrade my gear a little bit here. I think one of the big things we need to do is we need to get some god swords. I don't know if we need to get specifically just Saradomin god sword. Or what exactly we should be looking at. But we need some god swords. We need some new weapons. Either we need to beat the crap out of the Arc Glacier enough times that words are hard. We need to beat the crap out of the Arc Glacier enough that we can get those weapons, or we need to go fight the god guys or something. Because we've got this 99 attack over here, and we're rocking a tier 70 weapon right now. And that's not really bueno. I know we sort of need to tier up, right, over time. We need to like step it up as we go. But I'd kind of like to skip a step or two, you know? Let's see, what do we got here? Corporeal Beast just has armors, don't they? The Dagonoths don't... Well, Dagonoth's got the hatchet. Yeah, they don't really have any weapons. They just got the rings. Flesh Hatcher doesn't really have anything. Let's see. General Grardor could give us the Bandos hilt, as well as the Bandos armor set. That's all tier 70, though. We may end up needing to go into God Wars Dungeon 2. Let's see. We can, I mean, we've got all these other... These are all level 75s, right? So there's some stuff there. What to do, what to do. The Rex matriarchs make this savage spear. That's interesting. I did get, so I've got level 80 armor. I've got all Bane gear. What's up, Chris? I'm just trying to figure out some upgrades. I just hit 80 defense last night, so I got myself a full set of +4 Bane gear. So we've got that, and that's dope. And yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out, you know, is there another set of like tier 80 defensive gear that I can get? You know, and what sort of like tier 80 to tier 85 weapon could I maybe get? But I think honestly I'm probably just gonna have to go kill the bosses to get the god swords. I think I think that's just the play. Because I think if I go to God Wars Dungeon 1 or God Wars Dungeon 2, just with my Varric gear, I think I'm gonna have a really hard time. And so I think if I don't spend the time in God Wars Dungeon 1 to at least get one of the tier 75 god swords, I think I'm just gonna end up struggle bussing for no reason. So let's take a look at that. Um, God Swords RS3. I can't get, so I don't have enough agility. I think I have to get like 80 agility to be able to do the Saradomin one. Um, and I don't really want to deal with that. So let's see which one. So Armadillo does 400% damage, costs 50% adrenaline. Bandos deals damage and drains the enemy's combat stats. No. The Saradomin heals. And Zamorak binds. Okay, well, the only one of those. Oh, the Saradomin one also gives you back prayer. That's crazy. I didn't realize that. That's wild. Okay, so Saradomin is just literally the only one. Why is Armadillos so expensive? Is Armadillos just really, really good? Because I don't know what that 400 or that 50% adrenaline. Um, the assault is just way better than that. And I'm never really going to run into a position because I've got 4 hits at 200% damage a hit. So, I mean, I'm looking at being able to put out 800% damage pretty much any time I want to. So I don't see any reason, and that's only 25% adrenaline. So I don't really understand why I would ever use the Armadillo attack if I were equipping it. Because that's half as much damage for twice as much adrenaline. And that don't make no damn sense. So what I really need then is I don't even really care about special attacks then. What I'm looking for is just a base DPS upgrade. So maybe I should just make myself like a Bane two-handed sword. Right? Because I've got everything I need to go do that. I could just go farm some Baneite and just make myself a Baneite two-hander. Yo, what's up, Slate? So let's just take this box. We get some Baneite spirits there. And let's just go do that. Let's just go get everything we need. And let's just make ourselves a Baneite two-handed sword. And then I don't think you can augment the crafted gear, can you? I tried to augment this armor last night. And it was like, this is not something you can augment. It made me sad. Gotta check on something here real quick. Okay, this seems fine. You know what I should have done? I've got all that golem gear. I should have brought my golem gear. Whoops. Oh shit. I didn't realize that this little thing was here. It says I can just drag stuff here to disassemble it. That's actually pretty cool. And it gives me an approximate time remaining on my charge. Hey, that's really nifty. I like that a lot. Yeah, so we're just going to make ourselves a Bainite two-hander because I no longer need Varric's bonus here because I'm not wearing all of Varric's gear because all of this stuff is just so much better. You know, there's no point in using something from 10 levels ago. So we'll get ourselves a +4 two-hander, Bane two-hander here. And then we'll just run around all baned out. And then we'll go see what we can do as far as killing some of the God Wars Dungeon 1 bosses. I just want to see if we can do a little bit better job. Maybe kill them, like, in perpetuity. If I could stay down there and just fight one of those bosses for just hours, that'd be cool. Yo, what up, Queso? Doing fantastic. How are you doing, dude? Zesty fucking Queso. We're just looking to upgrade our shit a little bit here so that we can beat the crap out of some more bosses. Started playing some OSRS again. Nice. Very, very nice. Yesterday, the new combat update came out for Runescape 3. And I gotta tell you, they did a pretty darn good job. I was a little frustrated with it when I first started playing with it yesterday. But as I got more comfortable with some of the new concepts, it's pretty solid. I've only done melee. I haven't done any of the ranged or magic stuff. But yeah. Oh no, Slate. Gotta go back. Gotta get those recommended items. I need to do a bunch of quests, but I don't wanna. Fuck 'em. My whole goal right now is just level up my combat and kill bosses. I want to push myself as hard as I can to get to some endgame melee bossing. One of the things we are going to need to do, I think, to be able to do that is we're going to have to push this invention. But we've been doing a pretty good job of, you know, leveling up some of our augmented gear here. We're all the way up to level 45, which feels pretty good. So we're going to have to continue with that, which is, instead of just having a two-handed or Bane weapon, I do want to have, you know, a God Sword or something like that that I can augment even if I'm not going to be using their special abilities, I can go ahead and words are hard. I can go ahead and augment those and get some levels and stuff out of them, which is really important. We need to be able to do that. I guess the other thing I can do is I've got the augmented fishing tool. So we should probably spend some time fishing. I'll do that off stream. Don't want to waste y'all's time with that. But we can use that to level up invention and get some fishing and stuff as well. Not that I really need fishing anymore. God Swords and RS3 can have their special attack turned into a passive as well. Really? So Saradomin and God Sword passive. That's phenomenal. Absolutely. So that explains why Armadillo is probably sought after. Is because the Armadillo piece, the passive probably just does more damage, yeah? Okay. God Swords, RS3. Let's go back and look at those again. And let's go see what those passives do. Okay, passive effects. A God Sword special attack can be toggled to a passive effect by using it on the aligned altar in the God Wars dungeon. All passive effects have a 25% chance to activate with each hit. Okay, the God Swords are untradeable when passive. The Zaros God Sword does not have a passive effect. The Armadillo God Sword can raise the wielder's attack and strength level by 1, up to 10% of the wielder's level. However, this does not stack with potions, which typically offers stronger boosts, and as such, it has limited benefit. Yeah, the Saradomin one is really solid. I can't get the Saradomin one because I don't have the required agility. So I can't get over there right now. Yeah, I definitely want to go over there, Grizz, because that's where you get the Dragon Lance, right? Is from God Wars Dungeon 2. But I don't know if I'm strong enough to farm those bosses with any sort of regularity. Bando's God Sword can drain the opponent's defense by 1 level until its defense falls to 90% of the base. It is most potent against extremely strong / long boss encounters. Gonna get some Slayer levels so I can do more quests. Nice. Slayer's fun. I like Slayer a lot. Yeah, I mean, if you want to come, Grace, then we could totally do that. Let me finish making my two-handed Bane, and then we can go see about going into God Wars Dungeon 2. Is there like a quest line that I need to do that? GW2RS3. If you're willing to eat a little food, Vindicta will be no problem. Okay. Yeah, I think Vindicta is the one we want to kill, because that's where I can get the Lance. Lance? So what do I need to do here? The Heart of Gielinor. The second God Wars dungeon. Its release was preceded by revelation of its lore. La 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 la. It is located in Caridian Desert, just to the west of Narda, in an area called the Heart. It includes followers of Sliske and the three Forsaken Gods, Saren, Zamorak, and Zaros, who each have their own general, fighting for control. The Heart of Gielinor is a mid to high combat area. I'm sure your DPM almost doubled with the update. Yeah, the update made us insanely strong. That's definitely true. For sure, for sure. Made us significantly stronger, and I think also increased. So I didn't think that the Revo bar was going to survive this update. But I actually think that the DPS floor has actually been raised with the Revo bar. And then the DPS ceiling for manual play has also been significantly increased. And then I feel like there are honestly a lot more options now than there were in the past for hybriding your manual and Revo bar attacks and getting different levels of damage out. I was not under that impression when I first started reading stuff, because I thought that skills like Assault were going to totally get in the way. But that's just not the case. Yeah, it's much, much better. 144 Flesh Hatcher or 158 Priara. Get there using the Heart Teleport, using Boss Portal, ride the Magic Carpet. Okay, well, I'm having a little trouble figuring out what the hell I'm supposed to do. There are no requirements to enter the main area of the heart. The main battle area of the dungeon forms a roughly squared ring around the entrance, the four factions maintaining a base camp at each corner. Beyond these camps are portals to enter a fight against that faction's general. The area between the camps sees followers of the four factions fighting to take control of 8 nodes. The factions will, majority of members present around a node will control it, and the faction in control of each node will have a banner displayed. Players can kill NPCs throughout the area to earn kill count, which is required to fight the dungeon's generals. Okay, so it seems like I should just be able to go in there. Zamorak is the Furies. Alright, Zaros is this one. Okay, has a boostable requirement of level 80 attack. Okay, so I can fight Vindicta now. Only rec for Vindicta is 80 attack, and you need a kill count. Yeah. Nice thing about God Wars 2 kill count, though, is that it lasts an hour. Ooh, that's really nice. I didn't know that. Sweet. That's super dope. I'm very excited. I'm very excited to get to fight some new bosses and get some new gear. I like gear. Makes me very happy. My combat achievements are garbage, dude. Absolute garbage. So 29 and 3, so 31. Yeah, I only have 31. It looks like 32 maybe. Yeah, 32. No, I have War's Blessing 1. I just don't have War's Blessing 2. Yeah, I have 30 or 32, and I only need 19. But I'm a ways off from War's Blessing 2, which is the one that gives you no kill count requirement. Yeah, I guess I could focus on hitting all these achievements. That's not the worst idea. That's actually a really good idea. So what am I missing on the easies? Elemental kill. So kill the Chaos Elemental and kill the Calphite Queen in less than 2.5 minutes. I can probably do both of those and finish that all the way off. Might be able to do some quicker now because of, oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You think maybe I should just use my Bane weapon to go do that instead of trying to fight Vindicta right now? Try and pump up some of those achievements. It would probably be more interesting because instead of just killing one boss over and over, we'd get to run around and do a bunch of different bosses. Yeah, it would give you a different perspective for different bosses in the game. Okay. Yeah, we'll run around and do that then. Sounds like fun. I have killed a lot of those bosses. I haven't fought the corporeal beast, and I haven't really fought the elemental. Like, I've killed it a couple of times, but is that one of the first ones? Was that right? Yeah. Kill the chaos elemental 14 more times. That should be super easy with my full Bane gear. All I have to do is fill up my inventory so it can't make me drop my weapon, right? And then just go beat his ass. Beat his ass. I think 60 is going to be enough. So we'll fill up this little box here, and then we'll go make a bunch of Bane bars. We'll break out our smithing gloves. Oh, that's good enough. Let's go back to Fort 4 and 3. It's hilarious how long it takes for everything to spawn in. Put that away. Let's get the smith's gear. First let's go ahead and save that. And then let's do that. And then we can make a shitload of Bane. Whoops. Deposit. Okay. Why are you trying to kick me? You're so rude. This is that Dragon Lance, right? Lance. So dope. So fucking dope. We need to turn that off. So I don't accidentally escape my shit. Oh, are you? Sorry. Thanks. You know, I have a ton of food that I just never use, but I appreciate it. Now maybe I can use these without feeling guilty about it. We got some blubber fishes. Uh, Blubber. Boop. Boop. Now that I did some Slayer, I finally have all the required levels to complete the quest I wanted to do. Nice. Congratulations. Oh right, we need to put away one of these blubbers. And then we go over here. And then we make a sword. Bane longsword, Bane two-handed sword. That's what I'm about right there. It takes 4 bars, so that's 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. Wow. So I almost have exactly as many Bane bars as I need. This is going to take a really long time to make. The things that require 4 take a hell of a long time to craft. So we're going to be here for a minute, but we're going to make this +4 sword. And then we're going to go beat the ever-living shiznit out of the Chaos Elemental. And then we're going to go stomp on the Calphite Queen. I think that they might have changed the Calphite Queen with the new update so that she no longer is completely immune to melee in her second form. I'm not 100% on that, but it seemed like that's what they were saying. So we might just go try and kill her without even bringing ranged gear. We also need to consider, let's see, there's probably a bunch of stuff to do with the Dagannoth Kings. I assume the mediums probably have some Dagannoth King stuff. I can't kill Commander Ziliana. We do need to go do the Corporeal Beast, less than a minute. But then there's a lot of these, right? Like we gotta kill Kriara 25 times. We gotta kill Corporal Beast 25 times. There's a lot of killing things 25 times that we're going to need to do. Grardor. This says defeat Grardor 25 times. Oh no, that wasn't Grardor that we were doing yesterday. We were doing K-Rail. And I already did that one. Okay, cool. So we gotta go. I mean, I haven't spent very much time in the God Wars 1 dungeon at all, which is why I don't have any God Swords. But I guess that means I'm gonna have to do my agility. I don't want to do agility at all. That makes me so sad. Blubberfish. I wish that I could just skip the agility grind. I understand now why people used to spend money on MTX. There's a very wide number of skills and stuff to do in this game. And so it definitely means there's something for everyone. But there are also things that everybody's going to dislike. Not necessarily the same thing, but because there's so much variety, right, you can't like everything. And so I'm starting to kind of understand why people might be like, well, I specifically hate this skill, and I don't have a choice but to upgrade it so I can do certain things. So I'm just going to pay to upgrade it so I don't have to fucking deal with it. I definitely understand why that was a thing. Because I want to run around the agility tracks about as much as I want an asshole on my elbow. God, I love making my own weapons. It feels so good. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-dow. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-da-ba-bow. In an hour and a half, hour and 20 minutes, we get to get another Reaper task, which is dope. And honestly, we're in a really good position that likely any Reaper task that the boss gives me, or that the Reaper gives me, I'll probably be able to do. There are obviously some... I had a really hard time. The boss that it gave me yesterday, before I picked a different one and ended up with K-Rill, it gave me... Hang on. Let's see if I can remember. Give me Kerpak. There you go. I went and tried to fight this dude one time, and he shitted all over me. Like, hard. So, I'd like to be able to beat that dude's ass. But I didn't, like, there was too much moving around, there were too many mechanics, and he just whooped me. Just put the whooping on me. This is gonna be the last item that I can make for myself, as far as tiers of items, until I get my smithing up too. Which is a bummer. Which means at tier 90 defense and tier 90 attack, which we're already at, we're actually going to have to go, like, find a gear set instead of crafting a gear set. Of course, I guess eventually I do have to get to 99 because the last gear set is going to be masterwork, right? Let's see, where can I start making masterwork, like, armor? Masterwork smithing. Masterwork spear of annihilation. We might be making that. That sounds dope. But we'll have to get all the way up to 99 smithing for that. That sounds awful. I also need to use my invention to make a special smithing hammer. That'll actually probably make that go way better, in my opinion. If I can make the special smithing hammer and then I can augment it, then that would mean I could level up my invention while leveling up my smithing. And that's just something I'm going to have to do a lot of, I think. What's up, Damien? Yeah. Yeah, things are pretty much done for me on Roamstead until the full game launches. It seems like they are going to be putting in, with Roamstead, they're going to be putting in some support for modding. And so there's a very good chance, especially if they put in dedicated server support and some modding support, that I'm probably going to try to create some mods and stuff for that game and run a dedicated server and try and create some interesting like gameplay modes in that game, because I think it's got a really great foundation. But that's one of those things somebody leveled. That's one of those things that I think we could use to keep that game really interesting. We'll be being able to mod it and stuff. But I don't think that's coming out until like at least Q3 of this year. So we got a ways. And in the meantime, we're going to play this game. And have a good time. Murdering all kinds of bosses. What about you? What are you getting up to? Today, trying to learn how to use CapCut so I can start editing videos and shorts. Be careful with CapCut. That was the program I was also using, but over the course of the last year or so, their free version has gotten really bad, and then they put something in their terms of use or something. I forgot what it is, but it made me stop using it. But I don't remember why anymore. But I would be careful with CapCut. I don't know if it was something to do with using your videos for AI training or giving them a license to use their videos or something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was. But whatever it was super egregious. And I was like, fuck this. I think, got any alternate suggestions? I think DaVinci is the one that everybody uses. I'm pretty sure DaVinci. And I'm pretty sure the DaVinci people use, like, there's no point in getting, like, a paid one, because DaVinci is supposed to be so good. Yo, what's up, Yumbo? How are you today? Good. Got my first boss slayer task in OSRS yesterday. Was K-Rill and God Wars Dungeon. Hey, that's what I did yesterday. My Reaper task for bosses was K-Rill. Me and Grizz went down there and beat that ass. Good times. I like the God Wars dungeon. I think it's cool that they set it up so that you can't just go back all the time. Killed him twice, but only once per 40 minion kills. Burnt through my supplies. Yeah, he's pretty rough. Those bosses are all pretty difficult because they've got their little minion dudes. And so this game, very much like a lot of really old RPGs, the more things that are attacking you, the exponentially more damage you tend to take. And I don't know specifically what the mechanic is in this game that's making that happen. But, you know, in all the original MMOs and stuff, you were always kind of expected to only be fighting one enemy at a time. Unless you were fighting really, really weak enemies. And so the way they're designed is just generally very punishing to be attacked by more than one thing. Balancing and all that stuff just all tends to be 1v1 based. And so all those God Wars Dungeon 1 fights. Yeah. Oh, that's definitely what it is. It's because you can't prayer them. You're right. It's because they're using all the different styles. Yeah, it's rough. It's real rough. Nice. Yeah, I've been using Varric's gear. I just hit level 80 defense last night. So I made myself Bane armor. Now I'm making myself a Bane weapon real quick. And so I'm finally moving out of my Barrows gear. But that Barrows gear was doing me a lot of good for a long time. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, it's good stuff. Ooh, that person's got a primal sword. Ooh. You fancy. You fancy. RS3 just looks so different, I can hardly recognize it. I mean, that's how I feel about OSRS. When I tried to go play a little OSRS, I was like, I can't deal with this. It looks too weird. I'm just making myself my Bane two-handed sword +4. So that I can have my full Bane set equipped. We're going to be running around today. We're going to do some achievements for combat mastery. We're going to try and finish up these easies. And then we're going to do some mediums, which is mostly going to consist of just going through and killing a bunch of the bosses, 25 or so times. Let's see. So I got to defeat this dude 100 times. Then it wants me to do it on hard mode. Is this still a medium? No way, hard mode is a medium. But yeah, so we're going to be killing a bunch of bosses a bunch of different times to try and get ourselves some stuff. Yeah, we will be trying to avoid using food as much as possible. Grizz did just give us a bunch of different foods, some souls, some sailfish, or swordfish, there you go, and some green blubbers, which is nice. So we'll be using these to make it a little easier. But yeah, the less we have to go back to refill our food, the better off we're going to be. We do have monkfish in this game, but the blubber jellyfish, the green and the blues, they don't use adrenaline when you eat them, and they have multiple bites. And so you get, I think it's 3 bites out of the jellyfish, and then they don't use adrenaline, so you don't get stuck in a loop where you're like eating your food and it's costing you adrenaline, so you can't use any of your skills, so you end up taking more damage, so you have to eat more food, so it uses your adrenaline, and you just kind of get stuck in this loop. Although that's kind of been alleviated now. It used to take 10% of your adrenaline to eat a food, and so that was why you got stuck in that loop, because you only got 8 per attack, and then it took 10 to eat, so you just never gained any. Now you get 9 adrenaline per attack, and it only costs 3 to eat a food. So even if you're in a bad spot and you gotta chomp through some food, you should be okay. But the green blubbers and the blue blubbers just completely eliminate that, which is nice. They don't look like jellyfish to me, though. This icon makes them look more like radioactive clams or something like that. But whatever. People say they heal me. So if I gotta eat a radioactive clam so that I don't die, that's fine. I'm into it. totally into it. Okay, can we just finish here? My goodness, let's go. Give me my sword. Adrenaline is kind of a weird mechanic. You need adrenaline to use abilities. So it's kind of like mana. Yeah, sort of. OSRS has a similar, right? They have their special attack gauge or whatever. So adrenaline is kind of like that. And then they just rolled all of your regular abilities into that same gauge. So your adrenaline is kind of your special attack meter slash slash like ability use thing slash a bunch of other stuff. Let's get some anti-poison. What do we got here? We got 3. We got some mixes. Let's just go ahead and take one of those. And then deposit that. And then take that. That'll be good. I heal the most food from a good kebab with garlic sauce. Nice. Yo, why is the Hex Hunter bow 1 in a million drop rate? Isn't the Hex Hunter bow like super good though? Yo, look at this sword. Yo, I'm a bad motherfucker, dude. Oh, I forgot to put on. Hang on. I'm gonna walk in with my fucking blacksmith gear like a jackass. Let's put on my Bane gear. Oh, yeah. Look at how smexy I'm looking. Oh, and I need my attack cape. The only disadvantage to eating an OSRS is that it delays your next attack. So it reduces your DPS. I don't actually think that happens in RS3. I think you're just good to go. But let's go kill little Mr. Dipshit. Little Mr. Elemental Dipshit back here. We need to go teleport. Heard my name. Mariko, what's up? Long time no see. How you been? Hey, look at all these hellhounds. Yo, we need to come murder these dudes. What are these? Abyssal savages? I feel like some of this stuff wasn't here the last time I came out this way. Like, I don't remember these scorpions. Not that they would be difficult to kill. It's a T80 bow. Do you guys have Varlamore? Honestly, I have no idea, Yumbo. Also got a hard grind over on Runescape, so kinda switching gears. Are you doing like a one chunk or something? Hey, what's up, punk ass? Oh, you just teleported me. Don't be teleporting me. I go where I want to go. Not where some jackass tells me to go. Ultimate Slayer title, okay. Yo, I just beat that dude's ass. What's up, dude? Oh, I get Ceredomin brews out here. Holy snap. I really want to pick those up, but I don't want to waste these fish. Well, whatever, I can get more. The newest continent in OSRS. Yeah, I don't think we have it, Yumbo. We're about to get our new area, though. We are going to get Havenheith at the end of this month. We get the first part of that zone, which is real exciting. Oh, he was going over there to kill that guy. So I could totally just AFK this nerd. Because I'm a badass like that. The new Dismember Slaughter Massacre that gives you the healing over time is so good for melee sustain. Like, so good. I don't think I need those runes. At least not bad enough that I'm willing to give up more fish or more blubbers. Dude, boss logs are so fun, Mr. America. I love, nothing makes me feel better than totally completing a boss log. Feels so good. Hey, there's the traveling dude. He's got the bank. Oh, there's my Chaos Elemental. He comes back a lot faster than I realized. I didn't notice that he had such a big area that he could respawn in, though. Damn, dude. Get murked. Must be nice. I wish there was Life Leech or Vamp in OSRS. You have whatever health you can carry. That's it. I mean, that's because that game is just designed in a much different way as well, though. If you had Life Leech in OSRS, then the bosses would have to be designed differently. The fights in that game seem to be a lot more one-shotty. Like you have to prayer flick every single attack, and you have to, do a, ooh, two-handed dragon sword. What's up? That finishes up my mole. I believe. Giant mole collection. Booyah. So now I'm done with 2. Now I have the boss log completely finished for the giant mole and for the flesh hatcher. 2 down, like 60 more to go. Feels good. Oh, these are baby dragon bones. Bummer, I should pick those up. Yeah, we have pets. I got super lucky. I've pretty much gotten super lucky on all my pets so far, Yumbo. I got the giant mole pet in like 20 something kills, and then I get the flesh hatcher pet in like 30 or 40. It's been awesome. I've gotten a bunch of pets. I got one of the Dagonoth King pets on my first kill of that Dagonoth King. Yo, that's a bunch of stews. But yeah, pets totally exist. Let's go look at the Chaos Elemental here. What's your collection look? Oh god. So if I ever want to finish the Chaos Elemental collection, I will literally be out here forever. Noted. Okay, I wasn't really taking damage before. And now I've started getting my butt kicked. I'm just going to eat one bite of a bunch of these blubbers. So that way my inventory stays full. Yeah, no, I got spooned hard on some of my pets. It's been kind of wild. Where are we at here on the Chaos Elemental kills? 18, so I need 7 more. Yeah, I don't have very many skill pets. I actually only have one skill pet. I got the attack pet a little while ago. But that's the only skill pet I have. Managed to complete a quest that will give me a huge stat boost for ranged. Nice. Dope. I do want to try out, you know, all the different combat styles with some of the new stuff. But I just love melee so much. I have a really, really hard time giving up my melee to go do other things. I just like it. Some more Ceradomin brews. I really want those. I feel like it's worth it to just waste a blubber. Yeah, we use Alt 1. I don't use it. But yes, there is like a quest helper. But yeah, they are giving us official plugins in RS3 soon, which will be nice. I might finally do all the quests if we can get like a legit quest helper. Probably I should go ahead and just take and bury these. It'd be better to take them with me and go bury them in the proper spot. But since I don't have the inventory space, we'll just bury them right here, because at least that's some prayer XP. Yeah, it sort of exists. It's not as integrated. There is no Runelight launcher, but we do have like the Alt 1 overlay system. So it's not nearly as integrated as Runelight plugins are. But they are giving us plugin support in the native launcher sometime this year. Oh, look at all those sharks. Why is this game doing this? Yo, I didn't realize that the Chaos Elemental dropped some good shit. I want these sharks. Oh, the shark has pretty teeth, dear. I guess I could go to this dude. And like, okay, that's fine. I'll go to that dude and I'll like put away a bunch of this stuff. And then I'll pick up the sharks. Put away all these brews. And then pick up sharks. Don't you go over there. Put away the brews. I have like over 150 plugins. There is no way there's 150 essential plugins. I think you might be losing your damn mind. That's what I think. You're doing too much, Yumbo. Doing too much. Hey, we got our 25 kills. Let's go ahead and bank with this dude again. Let's put away all these sharks. And then let's pick up all these sharks. That'll probably be good enough right there. And then we need to bail out here. Because we're all done. Yeah, this is the wilderness. I'm not opted into PvP though. So it's not nearly as frightening for me as it would be in OSRS. Because you gotta opt in. Blubber. Alright. They has shared their gift of friendship with you. I got a gift of friendship. A bonus XP. So now we probably want to do the Calphite Queen. Because if we can kill the Calphite Queen in a certain amount of time, we can finish the easies. Just need to do it in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So let's go over here to the glacier. Yeah, you can opt out. Whoops. It's actually not even an opt-out. It's more of an opt-in. You're, by default, you're opted out of PvP. And you have to go and, like, intentionally opt in. Yeah, so I can't even get attacked out in the wilderness unless I opt in. Which I think is great. This is, in my opinion, RuneScape is just not a PvP game. And I don't like open world PvP. I especially don't like open world PvP where I lose my stuff. So I would never even interact with the wilderness. If I was playing OSRS, I would just skip it. Let's see, we got our poisons, we got some food. I'm gonna go see if I can kill the Calphite Queen. Without having to deal with switching gear. I want to see if she's totally immune still to melee in her second form. Oh, goodness. I just whooped on that Guardian. Yo. This Bane Longsword is balling out of control, dude. It looks like she might still be just straight up immune. Protection from ranged. Ranged attacks by 50 to 100%. always protected by 100%. Okay. Yeah, so I think she's gonna be completely immune. But I kill her fast enough in this first form that I think we'll be able to get the 2-minute kill down. Even if I've got to bring... Yeah, okay. That's fine. We'll swap into some hybrid gear. So let's go ahead and get... We're going to resave... Am I poisoned right now? We're going to resave this so that we can come right back to this build. And then we're going to get our Tuskas. We're going to go ahead and equip 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we're going to go to our ranged. And we're going to put away 2 of these blubbers. Whoops. Put away 1 blubber. Put away 2 blubbers. Do I have enough bolts? Ooh, I probably don't. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh, Raggy. I guess we're going to... magic, then. Should I just pull my RM staff? Yeah, let's just pull the RM staff, and then we'll get another blubber. No, we need... Never mind. We need those. Yeah, I'm just now starting to kill stuff in the wild. I used to fully agree, but the balance of good drops from the content with the risk of PKing makes you have to engage with lower tier gear. So here's my problem with those types of risk-reward systems, Yumbo, is the lower tier you are as a player, the more risk you're putting in and the less reward you're getting. And so the better and the higher tier player you are, the more your risk is mitigated by your skill and your gear. So those systems create and broaden gear inequality, because the best players are also the most prolific players. And so anytime you have a system like that, you are always going to run into a problem where, whoops, your best players are always going to just be shitting on your worst players. And all of the risk is borne by your worst players. It's honestly just a trash system. You should literally never have full loot like that. There's no reason for it. Honestly, I don't even think that PvP zones should have drops that can only drop in those areas. Right, there's no way to get better other than getting whooped a bunch of times. Well, it's not even about that, because the way... the way the systems work is you're always going to have, no matter how good everybody is at the game, there is an amount of people, right? 50% of the player base is always going to be less than average. That's the way averages work. And so because you're having to beat other players in order to get the things that you're trying to get, anybody who is in the lower 50% of players is naturally having a drastically more difficult time than everybody else. And it doesn't matter, right? You could be super fucking good at the game, but no matter how good you are, you will lose 50% of your fights if you're below average at the game. And there's literally nothing you can do about that. Yo, this Calphite Queen is beating my ass. Oh my god. How rude. Oh, nice. I got my 50 kills, though. I don't really need any of that. Alright, we're gonna wait for her to respawn. And then hopefully we can kill her in the 2.5 minutes. Actually, I bet I have to do this in a private encounter. Hang on. Let's go make that happen. Private encounter. Okay. Private encounter start. Beat this thing's ass. I'm gonna just eat a shitload of blubbers here so I can heal up before we get to the next phase. But yeah, so the same thing, in my opinion, Yumbo, is true when you have like resources that are out there. So if Bay Knight, for example, only existed in the wilds, then that specific resource is locked behind that PvP, which means if I'm not great at PvP, then I don't have access to that resource. And so if I need or if I want that resource, then the worse I am as a player, the less access I have. And then, so again, when you're having drops and stuff like that associated with victory in the open world PvP environment, you just run into this sort of class system. But going and doing some PVM, getting attacked by a PKer, surviving because you were able to predict the PKer's moves and eat right and run at the right time, very rewarding feeling as well. So I totally agree with that. I think escaping PvP, I think engaging in PvP in general is really fun. But you're setting up, when you have a system where you can be attacked. So example, this PVM system or situation that you're talking about. If you're engaging in PVM combat, then you're at a disadvantage. But not only are you at a disadvantage because you're already engaged in combat, you're at an additional disadvantage because your gear is designed for killing that NPC, and the person who's fighting you's gear is designed for killing you. And so you're at a double disadvantage because that person gets to choose when to initiate the fight, and they're geared specifically for a PK. So you're absolutely right. Running away feels good. And surviving feels good. But you've set up a toxic environment there, where now I have people whose whole goal is just to stop me from doing my content and take my stuff. And that's being encouraged by the game system. And so people say, well, it's the duality of a predator-prey system. But they're misunderstanding what the opposite gameplay loop of predator gameplay is. Because the opposite of predator is not prey. You don't want to turn your players into prey for other players. This is RuneScape 3, Mike. What you want to do, the opposite of predator gameplay, is defender gameplay. So if you're going to incentivize people to attack people, then you also need to incentivize people to defend people. And if you do that, then you can have a cool back and forth. I am playing a real game, because this game exists, which makes it real. Otherwise, we wouldn't be playing it. Let's get our Bane gear on here. Boom. Who's a bad motherfucker? I'm a bad motherfucker. Well, when you go into the wilderness, you also gear with the idea of being possibly PK'd. So like I would PVM in a fighter torso normally, but I'll wear mixed hide in the wilderness for the PK defense. That would be awesome for sure. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I understand that there are ways to mitigate those things, but unless you're going out there with the intention of fighting other players and ignoring the NPCs and the PvE, then you're just running into a situation where you're at a disadvantage. And so if the best way to engage in PvP in a PvPvP or PvPvE area is to ignore the PvE, then why don't we just have PvP areas and then everybody is intentionally engaged in PvP. They're geared for PvP and they're not getting caught while they're attacking PvE enemies. Instead, you have some sort of like objective-based PvP system instead. And then instead of having a predator-prey, you now have this mutual combat situation. Let me see. I don't PvP. What are you talking about? Mike, if you don't like the stream, man, you can fuck off. Like, that's an option for you. I didn't, like, hack your computer and force you to watch my stream, bro. You came to my house. I didn't go to your house. You're welcome to leave anytime you want. I mean, I've played a lot of MMOs, Yumbo. And I've played all the PvP MMOs, right? I played Albion, I played New World, I'm not gonna PvP, Mike. I don't PvP. I opt out of PvP in the wilderness. It's never gonna happen. But yeah, so I played Albion. My very first MMO ever, Yumbo, was an old game called Dark Age of Camelot. And I think Dark Age of Camelot honestly had the best PvP system of any MMO I've played since. Because... Okay. And bye-bye. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. But the Dark Age of Camelot system was PvE and PvP were completely separated. And so you did all your PvE in your realm with your faction allies. And then when you went into PvP, you were doing castle sieges, you had bridges and choke points and stuff like that that you were protecting and fighting over. There were relics and objectives to take back to your faction side. There was all this really fun stuff in PvP out there. And so it was completely separate from the PvE. And there wasn't like resources out there that you couldn't get any other way. The only thing that you could get out there that you couldn't get in PvE were the relics. And that was something that benefited your entire faction, not just you as an individual player. So it was a fantastic PvP system because you divorced it from the other gameplay. But I don't know how you would promote Defender gameplay. Yo, what's up, Knight? What's up, Kiamar? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. So the reason PK gameplay is so incentivized is because you get an immediate reward for it, right? I go out there and I look for people and I kill them. The reason Defender gameplay is really hard to incentivize is because if you go out to defend people who are, doing PVM or something like that, then you automatically disincentivize the type of activity that would give you your reward, right? Because in order to be rewarded as the defender, you have to kill the attacker and take their stuff. But if you're there defending, then nobody's going to attack, right? Because PKing is an opportunistic activity. And so simply by your presence, you lose your reward. And so it's really hard to balance that, and it's why you don't see people doing the Defender gameplay. Because they would do it, and then not only would their gameplay not exist, right? Because you wouldn't... nobody would attack, so there would be nobody to fight to defend. So the gameplay that you're trying to engage in stops existing by you trying to engage in it. But then also your reward comes from defeating those attackers, and so you're losing your reward. So if you go play that way, you have nothing to do and nothing to gain. No, I'm not killing Jed. That is correct. Recently returned to Runescape, started fresh because I had no idea what was going on. I just recently started Runescape at all, Iamir. I had never played Runescape before until about 4 months ago. And I've been playing a lot since then. It's a really good game. I really like it. Let's see, who do we need to kill? You know who I haven't fought yet? Is the Corporeal Beast. Probably I could go kill him, right? With all my Bane gear? Surely. So let's go see about the Corporeal Beast. Where is the Corporeal Beast? Corporeal Beast. It's going to tell me I got to do some quest. And then I'm going to hate my life. Corporeal Beast Lair can be found at the end of a series of 3 large chambers. Located in the level 33 wilderness, not far from the Graveyard of Shadows. Graveyard of Shadows. Okay. Where is the Graveyard of Shadows? Map. There it is. So we actually want to go up here. And go this way. Oh, it's right up there. Okay. Oh, I should have just used the Edgeville. Well, maybe not. Yeah, this is fine. Got it. Got it. It's going to tell me. Oh. Is this the right place? This is interesting. And then there's an altar in here. Is the beast just in this room? Do I pray at the altar? I already have full prayer points. Hello? Mr. Beastie Boy? Oh, I forgot to put on my attack cape. I've still got on my stupid War Priest cape. I'm so dumb. I set up a preset, and then I didn't even use my preset to equip my gear. Does he just have like a super long spawn time? Like, what's the deal here? It requires completion of Summer's End to fight. Okay. Well, I'm willing to bet that I haven't completed that quest. Let's be honest here. The likelihood that I did that is very, very limited. So we've got Spirit of Summer. So we have everything we need to do the Spirit of Summer. And then we just need to do Summer's End. And then we can fight the Corporeal Beast. I'm probably not going to do that right this moment. I don't really see any point. So let's go ahead and kill some of the God Wars dungeon bosses instead then. Because they will also have achievements that we need to do for them. And then tonight I'll do those 2 quests. And then tomorrow we can deal with the Corporeal Beast. Let's see. I think I've done all of the ones for I don't like that. Okay, so I think I've done all of the ones for Krill. So let's do Kriara. Because I would actually like to get Armadill's gear anyway. So let's reattune this to Kriara. And then let's go right here. And I think I have something that stops Armadill's creatures from attacking me, if I'm not mistaken. It was some sort of a necklace, I believe, that we picked up. Let's see. Armadillo gear. What counts as Armadillo equipment? Nope. God gear? God Wars dungeon equipment. Here we go. Rardor Armadillo. Nope. Okay, well, I can't figure that out, so we're just gonna go kill this nerd. Fuck it. Oh look, there's somebody else here. Oh, I just straight up can't melee enemies in here. Oh, that's cool. They're just immune. This game is trying to make me look stupid, and it's succeeding. Alright. General Grardor it is. I know I can kill this nerd. Oh, don't have enough Slayer to kill that enemy. Guess we gotta run away until this enemy loses aggro. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. What are you talking about? I don't know how to play this game. I totally know how to play this game. Yeah, what's up, Sono? So, when the inverted capes, or not the inverted capes, yeah, the inverted capes were out recently, I wanted to get an all yellow inverted cape. And so the only thing that I figured I could actually succeed at getting to was going to be 99 attack. And so I wanted an untrimmed inverted yellow cape. Unfortunately, I didn't make it to 99 attack quite in time, so I wasn't able to get that. But it was going to be my only opportunity to do that, because I'm going to have trimmed capes by the time next year shows up. So I'm never going to be able to have my all yellow inverted cape, unfortunately. It was fun though. I had a good time. Play OSRS, so I'm like Googling half this stuff. I mean, I just started playing 4 months ago, so I also spend a significant amount of time Googling. I don't know anything about RuneScape. And there is a lot to know. The burden of knowledge in this game is massive. Oh my goodness. It feels like every time I want to do something. No, I never played. Never, ever. When I was playing, or when I first started playing MMOs, and when RuneScape was first getting, you know, kind of big, I was playing like the original Guild Wars. I was playing Dark Age of Camelot, playing stuff like that. I never got into RuneScape. Yeah, so RuneScape is great because everything sort of weaves into everything. But that also means that I can't just follow a line of progression, because there's all sorts of intersecting lines of progression. So things start to get really, really complicated really fast. Hey, what's up, Pickled Pike? How are you today? Yeah, we're back on some RuneScape now that we're kind of done with the Roamstead demo. Oh, I didn't realize that there were halberds at lower levels. That's kind of cool. Ooh. Computer went a little wonky there for a second. What's going on? Everything seems fine. So why is my game all laggy? Alright, let's go see about this boss. We're gonna get in here, we're just gonna run to the big door. We're gonna have to use up some of our foods to heal up a bit here before we go fight the general. Not very happy about that, but that's okay. Goodness, gotta use up a bunch of our foods. Although mostly that's because I let myself get beat up. Let's go to the private encounters. Just in case there's like a timer or something I need to deal with. So we'll start that there. And then we'll get in here. And we'll beat this dude's ass. I actually think I want my melee prayer, don't I? Whoops. There we go. And we'll use that on cooldown. Yo, if you ever consider doing like a group hardcore Iron Man, hit me up. Yeah, so we kind of started something like that. I want to do some challenges sort of in that vein night. But what I want to do is I want to be able to get my subscription with those challenges. So I want to get a character up who has the ability to make a bunch of currency to be able to fund some of that stuff. So we're gonna stick with just the regular main character for now. But probably next year, something I kind of want to do is start a new character every year. So depending on how quickly we get to a point where we could sustain a couple of subscriptions just off of this character, we'll see about doing something like that. I think if we ever do a hardcore group Iron Man, what we'll do is we'll do the same thing like we did before, where if you die, you delete the character, and then somebody else takes your spot. Doo-doo. And so we'll keep the same hardcore group going. Thank you. But we'll keep the same hardcore group going. But we'll keep changing out the people based on who's dying. And I think that'd be pretty fun. Ooh, look at all them foods. Hell yeah. Boom shakalaka. Should I drink this combat potion? Fucking A right, I should. I think maybe instead of this ability, we should put resonance in there, or rejuvenate in there. Because there's not really any attacks to resonance that I can see really well. But we may end up with an extra 100 adrenaline there. I didn't know you can rotate people in/out of a hardcore group. Well, so there is no hardcore group Iron Man. There's only group Iron Man. So we would have to be doing it on our own. And so just if somebody dies, they delete their character and leave the hardcore group. Or I guess they could keep their character, but they would get kicked out of the hardcore group. Yeah, Grardor is an ugly motherfucker. Which is why we kill him over and over again. Because we're rude like that. Why you gotta be so rude? No, I have not. I mean, I did very, very briefly. Played through the tutorial, and that was about it. So I'm not really big on graphics. I don't necessarily need like New World style graphics to be able to enjoy a game. But I do like some graphical fidelity, and OSRS is just too hard for me to look at. And I also really enjoy the deck building aspect of abilities, and so I would be pretty unhappy giving up my abilities and not being able to build out my Revo bar. So it's probably just not the game for me. Not gonna tell me how much the kebab heals me for? Really? What's up with that game? What are some of the general Grardor combat things? Is there... Oh, I can just go look at General Grardor. Nice. Defeat 25 times. Defeat 5 times in hard mode. Defeat Grardor solo in less than 15 seconds. Defeat Grardor in hard mode solo in less than 45 seconds. 24. Okay, well, let's see. Let's, like, press all the buttons and see how quickly we can get this dude killed. There's our 15-second mark. If we came down here with, like, full adrenaline, maybe. I swear if you played it properly, you wouldn't regret it. At least you've got a fair idea on RuneScape from playing this. I mean, I just don't... I mean, you say play properly, but, like, what does that even mean? Right, it's a video game. You play it however you feel like playing it. I personally just prefer to have, you know, abilities and a little bit of graphics and some stuff like that. Like, I'm sure old school RuneScape is a great game, but it's just not the game for me. And I really enjoy RuneScape 3. I mean, I'd put it in, I don't know, my top 5 games of all time. I'd probably put it in my top 3 MMOs. But that's because I also consider Guild Wars 1 an MMO. So probably my top 3 all-time MMOs are super old games. I would say Dark Age of Camelot, Guild Wars 1, and RuneScape 3 are probably the 3 MMOs I've had the most fun playing ever. I did get a lot of enjoyment out of New World when it was still in its beta, before they took away PvP combat scaling and totally ruined that game when they went into full launch. But that's the only modern MMO that I really enjoyed. Which feels a little crazy, honestly. Let's eat up here. And get my ogre bones. Ogres have layers. Onions have layers. That's all I'm saying. Let's see. Defeat General Grardor solo while all of his bodyguards remain dead. Okay, let's try that. Let's kill all of Grardor's bodyguards first, this time. And then see if we can kill him. So we'll do a little damage to him. And then we'll kill the bodyguards. And then we'll kill Grardor. And hopefully that'll work out. Let's hit E here. We'll get a little cyclone action going on. Bammo, nice. And then we'll go get this dude. Oh yeah, this is gonna work out great. Oh, they come back hella fast. What the fuck, Knuckles? Eat. Eat. Oh my god. Okay, that almost went real bad. Holy crap. I was not prepared for his little dudes to come back that quick. That was unacceptable. I'd just been leaving the prayer on that whole time. I guess I can go pray at the altar. Boop, prayer. Nice. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to kill all the minions and kill Bandos or Grardor. Oh. Why does this guy want to feast on my bones? Okay, so they didn't come back super fast that time. I'm really confused by how all this works, if I'm being honest. We'll get this plate, and then we'll go ahead and break it down. And then we'll eat all the way up here. Nice. Get our ogre bones. Very nice. Gotta love me some ogre bones. So we need 9 more kills. Defeat General Grardor using only my fists. I don't think that's gonna happen. Defeat General Grardor in hard mode without taking damage from his smash attack. Defeat Grardor in hard mode solo. Defeat Grardor in hard mode without being hit. Okay. Damn. We almost got him without his dudes coming back. Every time I focus on attacking his little dudes, though, I take so much more damage. It's kind of crazy. With some magic logs, that's kind of cool. Ooh, an eye patch. Arr, I'm a pirate. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to burn through so much food right here. Well, here's hoping I don't need to eat in order to win this next fight. I don't think I need to eat any to beat Grardor. I'm pretty sure I can just kill him, but I wish that I got to keep these 43 kills or whatever here. But I think we should be good. Let's go attack this dude. Because then we can use our AoE and hit Grardor and 2 of the minions. Let's do a little more damage to Grardor here. Oh, I accidentally killed 2. Okay, well, let's kill this guy. And we're going to try and get... actually, I should be attacking Grardor that whole time. Yeah, I fucked that up. So I just need to go stand next to some of the dudes and use my AoE. We don't need these. We do want some sharkies, though. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Because we need to leave, because we don't have... Oh, no. No. I left a Joker bone. Sad day. Womp womp. Let's put a bunch of this stuff away. And then we'll get a bunch of blubbers. I don't guess we need those, so we can get some more blubbers. And then we'll go right back out there, because we gotta kill this nerd, I don't know, like 7 or 8 more times. 7 more times? So we're going to go out here and then we're going to leave because I don't really have the ability to fight these guys because I forgot to heal. Oh no, I did heal. There was just an enemy that was almost dead there. Never mind. Never mind. If we don't stay and try and fight first, we can lose a lot less HP. In the process of coming out this way. I didn't think that the move from the tier 70 Barrows sets into a full Bane set was going to make me feel as much stronger as it has. I thought because I was getting the extra damage bonus from having the full Varric set that was going to be enough to sort of bridge that gap. But it is a night and day difference comparing those two. I feel so much stronger in this full Bane gear. Damage outputs are way higher. Defense values are way higher. Sustain feels better. It's all deadly. Killed a human. I guess we can go ahead and drink that combat potion. We honestly just kind of get to sit here. This is a pretty AFK activity. It's kind of nice. I could put my AoE like up into my revo bar, and I could probably sit here for a good 10 or 15 minutes before needing to come and intervene. And honestly, it seems like they're dropping, you know, enough these pizzas and stuff that I might not even need to bring food with me. Or if I did bring food, then I could potentially sustain that food. So I could just come down here and farm. I don't have any of Grardor's the Bandos War Priest set yet, so I could come down here, try and farm out Bandos War Priest set. It's not a great set, It's not really something that I want to use because it's just a cooldown reduction for your high cooldown abilities. And it's only like a 6% chance. So it's not consistent enough to be something that I want in a build. But, I mean, it's whatever. Oh, shit. Speaking of War Priest stuff, we did get the War Priest of Bando's helm there. Nice. That does mean that I can now wear that, though. Actually, I should put it on right now. And enemies won't aggro me. So I can now bring that down in here and get some protection. I think while we fight Bandos, I actually might go ahead and put this up here. And then I won't use Berserk. And I'll try and see if this Rejuvenate will trigger sometimes if I'm just using Meteor Strike. Actually, it'll definitely trigger, because as soon as Meteor Strike goes off, we'll get up to 100% for Rejuvenate. Yeah, and that should help us heal a lot more. We won't heal every fight, but we'll heal maybe every other fight. And that should do quite a bit for allowing us... is there somebody in here right now? Oh, I already have a private encounter, don't I? I went into a private. That's right. Yeah, but hopefully that'll allow us to get some extra kills in. Let's come down here and fight this dude. And then, yeah, so we just want to fight Grardor near. Whoops. Oh, I didn't have my fucking... God, I'm stupid. I didn't have my prayer on, because I'm an idiot. That was going to be the one, too. I was going to get Grardor killed there. Damn. That sucks. He was going to have all his people dead, and I was going to kill him. Too bad I suck. I think we're going to leave the combat potion. And maybe one more blubber. And then instead, we'll bring a couple of prayer potions. Because if I can kill... And then we'll go ahead and wear that. So, if I can kill him enough times... Nice. So now we don't even have to worry. We can just kill one of these dudes at a time real quick over here. And they won't aggro us. Oh, right. I'm stupid. I knew that I couldn't fight that mage. Can I fight this warrior? Yeah. So don't attack the mages. We can't attack the warriors. We can attack the orcs, right? Yeah. Bet you we can attack these cyclopses. Why are the orcs attacking me? I have my Bandos gear on, man. What's going on? Oh, it's because my regular attacks, where is it? Adaptive strike. is like an AoE cone thing. So it must be aggroing some of these other guys because it's hitting them. Have to be a little careful about that, I guess. We don't want to accidentally trigger a mage because we can't kill them. Yeah, but being able to fight these one at a time like this means that we're going to be in a much better position when we actually get to the boss, because we won't have to eat nearly as much of our food and stuff to like heal up, which is a good thing. So we've angered a spirit mage again, which we can't kill. So we're just going to run back over here. Eventually we'll just drop its aggro. And that's all that really matters. And then we'll just come back over here. We'll kill some of these. So this Bloodveld is for one of the other enemies. That's for Zamorak. We can kill a ranger. So we're not wearing Zamorak gear, so they will aggro us. Looks like I pissed off another mage there. Kinda figured I would, using that AoE attack, but that's fine. Because we can always just walk away. Walk this way. Talk this way. Ooh. I almost immediately went and attacked another mage. Like a dum-dum. It looks like when I wasn't using my AoEs and stuff, I did end up triggering my rejuvenate, which is good. Knowing that that's going to happen is important. It should happen fairly consistently against the boss. You get pretty inconsistent results with a lot of your Revo bar stuff and a lot of your adrenaline stuff when you're fighting individual enemies like this, because you spend a lot more time reacquiring targets and letting cooldowns run down while you're not actively attacking things and building up adrenaline. So if you can build up adrenaline to a certain point while attacking single or even 2 or 3 enemies at a time, where you're having to like move around and stuff, then when you fight a boss and you're no longer having to move around and you consistently have you know, somebody to fight with, then you tend to be pretty good. Tend to be a lot more consistent. I think that was the last one. Yeah, there's my 40. So let's bounce through a big door. And now we didn't have to eat, like, any food to get prepared. Which is great. So now I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. And then we'll finally finish this Bandos thing. Alright, so I know I'm only going to be killing this nerd a few times here. But if he wants to go ahead and drop me a God Sword hilt, that'd be great. I think I'd be okay with that. Whammo. Alright, let's go over here and fight this guy here. We'll use our AoE. And then we'll go over here. And we'll use our AoE. And then we'll do a big slam. Hey! Defeat General Grardor solo while all his dudes are dead. I'm so good at this game. Holy snap. I really wish that I had more inventory space. So this is another reason that I like to not need foods and stuff to fight my bosses. Because, like, what am I going to do? I can't get these ogre bones. I can't get these 2 sharks. I can't get this chili potato. Like, that's so sad. So fucking sad. Oh, that's right. There's a prayer thing down here, too. I forgot about that. All right, Grardor. You know what to do. Give me my hilt. I want it. Ooh. 3 super restore potions with 4 charges. That's actually pretty good. I kind of want those. But, like, what do I get rid of? I mean, I don't even need to eat. I'm full. Man, this sucks. This is like the saddest I've ever been in my life. Oh, my potions just vanished. Well, let's get some ogre bones and a combat potion. And let's use the combat potion. And let's see if we can ever remember to turn off our prayer after the fight. That'd be great. This is going pretty smooth, though. Feels pretty good. Just gotta kill Grardor 4 more times. We're gonna kill Grardor until I run out of food, though. Probably no matter how long that takes. So depending on how much food I pick up from the enemies, this could be maybe a perpetual thing. I don't know. It'll depend on how often I need to go refill at the altar. It'll depend on a lot of stuff. I took so much damage on that one. Medium spiky rune salvage. We definitely want to pick that up and just disassemble it right now. Get some stuff, get an ogre bone, eat some more. That'll probably be fine. We're getting pretty close to where we're going to use our rejuvenate. So we're not going to use any abilities outside of our revo bar here. And hopefully we'll get up to where we use our meteor strike. And then that'll power us up to use rejuvenate on this fight. Which will be good. Man, this Bane gear looks so badass. I am so happy with the way I look right now. All these spiky bits poking out. So freaking dope. Alright, Revo Bar is casting all of our little healies. Now we're going to keep using, or we're going to keep gaining adrenaline now. This is on cooldown. We're about to get to our 60%, which is when we're going to use, that ability. And so now we're just going to gain adrenaline over time here. Which means we should get to our rejuvenate, maybe even after. Yeah, we're going to get to use rejuvenate right here. Nice. That went real smooth. I really like that. It's good. And now we're even still building up adrenaline. So now we get to start this next fight, like maxed out on adrenaline too. That's awesome. Rejuvenate mixes really well with that Meteor Strike. Honestly, Meteor Strike's adrenaline gain, I think, feels much, much better in the new state of combat. Because you're wanting to be able to burst some things, like, triggering Rejuvenate, triggering a lot of your really long cooldowns, your Berserk, stuff like that. And that usually requires some extra adrenaline. And then the rest of the time, you can just kind of maintain and do a bunch of damage. Oop, I forgot my freaking... I don't know how to button. Oh, because I left it on because I'm an idiot. Right. We had a really good fight where we got a Rejuvenate off. And then I basically lost all of the health and stuff that I got from that by forgetting to turn off my prayer. That's really too bad. Nope. We want Sharkies. What a bummer. I should have gone and hit the altar there, but that's fine. We'll wait to hit the altar again in a little bit. I definitely don't want to be doing this fight without prayer. I'd say it was pretty obvious right there, based on how much more damage I took. How devastating that can be. The other thing I guess I wonder is, would it be better to just always let myself go after these ranged guys? Because I'm not praying against them. Ooh, nice, another War Priest of Bando's piece. And defeated him 25 times. Dope. So let's go ahead and eat up a little bit here. Make some room for some stuff. Turn off my prayer. I remembered. I'm so good at this game. Pick up that. I guess we can pick up a combat potion. That's fine. And maybe those Orichalcum spirits. Hopefully at the end of this fight, we get another Rejuvenate opportunity here. And then maybe this time, I won't fuck it up. I haven't been getting nearly as much food back this time as I was in the past. I wonder why that is. Oh, I wonder who I do. What's my wonder ball? I don't think. Oh, okay. I do need to kill Grardor 50. And then maybe even 100 times. So it's not showing this one. Maybe I need to show locked. Oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, and then we've got 75, and then we've got 100. We've got hard mode, hard mode, hard mode, hard mode, hard mode. Okay, so we've got 100 regular kills, not just 25. That makes sense. So we're still going to be here for a little while, murdering this dude. Why are you running over here? Attack the big ugly dude. What is your problem? I also definitely think it's better just to go ahead and fight Grardor, because then I use, my dismember and all my other abilities. And that brings me back a lot of HP, because the bleed heals. And that's kind of a big deal. I wonder... Nope. Yeah, that's funny. The more stuff I was doing, the more I seem to have been hurting myself. You're doing too much. Do less. This dismember slaughter massacre chain is so good. The sustain on melee now is kind of out of control, because this isn't even like a two-hander specific. So you could be running this same chain with dual wield or sword shield, or honestly, I bet sword shield is unreasonably tanky now. That honestly almost makes me want to leave and go. I've got a Bane sword already, a long sword. And I mean, I guess I have the Defender. I wonder what I need to do to get the Ancient Defender. I might want to look into that. Get my tier 80 Defender. Because that's just such good. I mean, so we've been talking. One of the big things I want to do is there's a ring that gives you a chance to reduce a lot of damage. And then there's the Saradomin and Zamorak War Priest sets that give you that same ability, where you can reduce a significant amount of damage. And then the Defenders give you a chance to reduce the damage from a hit. And so when you mix all of those things together and you use, the defensive skills and stuff, And now we've got this great sustainability in in this dismember chain that heals you based on those bleeds. Yeah, I feel like there's probably some really good stuff in there. We're gonna have to look into that. Put a little work in. For sure. So let's go look. Ancient Defender. What do I need to do to get this? Oh, the Ancient Defender makes all of the God Wars dungeon areas not attack you. That's cool. Okay, so to make the Ancient Defender, I need an Ancient Emblem, which you get for killing Nex, and a Chaotic Splint that I get for dungeoneering tokens. Okay. So we're gonna have to do some dungeoneering in order to get that. But I think it'll totally be worth it. That Ancient Defender is gonna be badass. And if we mix that with our Baneblade or any good one-hander, yeah, we'll be sitting pretty. That'll be dope. So we'll need to look at... So things are a little wonky now with the defensive abilities, especially the threshold abilities, because they don't fit very well into this new combat system. So I honestly don't even know. I guess we can put the basic abilities in there. We've got things like Anticipation for some additional damage and damage reduction. We've got Bash doesn't really do a whole lot. 10% of your shield's armor value plus your defense. No, plus your defense level. So Bash is probably fine. Maybe. That 20 to 100% sucks real bad. I don't really know. We'll see. But I think if I was using one-hander defender, I might actually be able to just straight up AFK this. Which would be hilarious. And then you bring enough, so you wouldn't need the necro runes because you'd be using a defender. So then you bring runes and the lunar spell book, and you bring the anti-poison, and then I think you could do K-Rill as well. Now with K-Rill, you can't use your prayer. So that could potentially create an issue because you would end up taking more damage. But we would see. I mean, we got to kill K-Rill 100 times anyway. So I won't even worry probably because I don't know if I can kill Nex. I don't even know if I can go fight Nex because is Nex not down here? Oh, there we are. So how do I get down? Right here? Okay. We might give that a try. Go get our other defender and then come kill Nex. I wonder what... Do I have to get 40 of everything? Is that how you get in there? It'd be really fun to go kill Nex before even killing the Saradomin boss. Oh, I've run out of time because this is a private instance. Okay. We're gonna do a little work then. Let's just see. What might we be able to do here? We'll put away that piece. We'll keep our prayer potion. We'll get rid of our combat. We'll get some more blubbers. Blubber jelly. And then we'll go get our Bane one-hander. And then we'll get our defender. And then we're going to have to rework our build here. Resonance is going to go back down here. That can probably come off. These two are going to switch. Revenge is a threshold, so we got to look at all these threshold abilities because they're going to take up potentially a lot of our stuff. We're not going to use sacrifice. We're not going to use... Well, we might use punish. Ooh, and we can use flurry now. Okay. Ooh. So flurry is a really good ability. Because you deal more damage for the percent of life points that they're missing. Okay, well, we'll take flurry in there. Put it right there. We're gonna want our melee defense prayer. And then let's take a look at our basic attacks. We definitely want dismember. That one's for sure going in there. Basic abilities. This is always the ability we use to help us attack. We've got our adaptive strike, which with a two-hander, or a dual wield, sorry, gives us just a 2-strike. We've got rend, which we absolutely want. We've got fury, which we absolutely want. And then we have punish, which again, we absolutely want. Don't necessarily want backhand. Not really a big deal. We've got that. We've got a rejuvenate. No, sorry, we want Meteor Strike, not Overpower. And I don't even use Overpower, because who cares? Okay, then we go into our defensive abilities, and we look at our basic abilities. Anticipation is just 10% damage. 10% less damage taken. So we'll definitely put that in there. And so do we want to put it at the front or at the back? I think I want the defensive skills to be going off. This allows... So I don't even have divert. So let's not worry about preparation. Freedom is going to be a manual cast. So let's take freedom down here. And then provoke, we don't even use. Threshold abilities, devotion, protection prayers. Okay, we don't worry about that. Revenge increases our damage output. For a really long time and has an extremely long cooldown. So I think we can definitely put this in here. So the question becomes, well, we'll put this one first here. Yeah, okay, I like that. And then reflect. Deals damage back to the attacker. Debilitate. Let's stick with just the one. Let's take all this stuff off. And then we'll put these down here, just in case I want them. And we'll move these over too, so that I can put them in there, if I do decide. Whoops. Okay, and then we'll take this one and this one down. Maybe we'll put those in the Revel bar. Maybe we won't. But I think that'll end up working okay. And so now, I think that's everything we wanted to look at there. So that will significantly increase our tankiness. It's going to reduce our damage output a little bit, but our tankiness goes way up. So let's see how that goes. And now, yeah, dismember into slaughter into massacre is going to just keeping us alive. And our damage output just doesn't feel super bad. I mean, we're still using a Bane +4 sword, so we're still whacking pretty good. Yeah, no, I think this is going to be great. I honestly, the new melee might be bringing a comeback for defenders. Just for the sustainability. For sure, I think this is going to be better when it comes to killing these bosses in here, because you get stuck. You know, you have to kill the 40 enemies or whatever every time you reset these bosses. So you definitely want to be able to consistently kill them, and kill them quickly, and be able to respawn them quickly. So I've been having to stop in between the fights with the bosses quite a bit, because I need to spend some time, like, eating food and stuff like that. But if I don't have to worry so much about eating and regenerating and stuff like that, and I can just AFK this thing, then that will bring a lot of value. And then we can try hard mode, which will be cool. And then I definitely want to try the same thing on K-Rill. Now, obviously, I think Grardor is the easiest of these bosses. So being able to sort of AFK Grardor isn't really indicative of being able to AFK the others, but it's a step in the right direction. What's the cooldown? So this is the other thing. This flurry has a nice long cooldown. So I could put it up here as well. In a situation... Whoops. I'm attacking a mage like an idiot. In a situation where I was wanting to maybe pull in enemies and AFK, we could definitely put flurry up there. And it would probably work out pretty good. We're going to go ahead and move. I didn't think that that mage was going to really impact our sustain, but it does do enough damage. So we got to get over here where we're not being attacked by a mage. Nice. Yeah, I'm really feeling this damage output with the new combat. It feels really good. Getting the new combat system that gave all the basic combat styles a buff, and then also on top of that, moving into Bane armor and stuff so quickly, just makes me feel like this update was a huge buff. Like even bigger than it actually was, which is kind of hilarious. Because I feel like I'm just massacring shit right now. It's not even fair. Although I suppose I am a little beyond the level that you're supposed to be at here. You know, you're only getting like tier 75 gear from these bosses. So I guess I am fairly strong for where I'm at. Oh, I accidentally attacked a mage again. Yo, I'm dumb. Watermelon. Every time I see the word watermelon, I think of that meme about the earth melon, the air melon, and the fire melon. The Ella melons. That shit is hilarious. I don't know who came up with that, but they're a genius. I mean, just the word Ella melon has such a nice ring to it. Going to murder Grardor. I'm really excited about this. I'm really excited to see how much more defensive this build is. We're gonna speed up the kills on this one. We're gonna go ahead and let's see. Okay. Am I poisoned? Why am I not able to get in? Private encounters, speed that bad boy up. Did I take that down to 1? Whoops. Put it on friends still. Can I do hard mode? Ooh, I can. Might have to think about that too. Do some Grardor hard mode. We still have to get 100 kills on him before we worry about that, but we're pretty close. I think we can do 100 kills today. Whoops. Put my helmet on. And break out my prayer. And then let's murder this nerd. They're coming along good. Ooh. And I just dropped a Bandos chestplate. That is my 3rd piece of the Bandos War Priest set. So that feels phenomenal. We've switched from our 2-hander. I went ahead and... Oh. We're on that fast-ass respawn. Okay. Let's get that piece of War Priest gear. Yeah, so I went ahead and switched to a 1-hander and a defender so that I could just be a little more defensive and see if maybe I can just persistently kill this boss. Whoops. Gotta put my thing back on. Because we've got such good sustain with the new Dismember ability, I really wanted to see how well sustain would go. And I think it's gonna go pretty good. And this is gonna be a pretty AFK experience. The only thing that's sort of not AFK about it is we are gonna have to manage our prayer. We are gonna be chewing through prayer pretty hard. But that's okay. Especially killing those little dudes. And now we get to heal off of the boss because we're using our little triplet there. And now you see I'm just gaining so much health. Yeah, that's really good. And so I'm just going to let my guy fight whoever he fights. And I'll manage food resources. I think we want to drop that. We'll pull that one, because it doesn't heal us as much. And then we'll get that chili potato back. We did manage to get the achievement that required us. Oh, whoops. That required us to kill Bandos or Grador when all of these other dudes were dead. I did manage to complete that. And then I actually think, because I'm killing things in an AoE so much, I do think I actually want to go ahead and use this AoE ability in my rotation. I think we're going to do just fine with that. We'll see. I might have to take off revenge. I don't really know. Nice. Oh, yeah, that felt great. We want these bladeds. I wonder, can I... Oh, we're in the middle of a fight. Even with all of these extra threshold abilities, it looks like we are... we are getting enough adrenaline to trigger our meteor strike, which is a big deal. The meteor strike is what enables us to use our rejuvenate. Without it, we don't really get enough adrenaline. Well, I guess we do. We're at about 100% right now. Ooh. Ogre bones. But they're noted. Nice. We're gonna go hit this prayer thing, this altar. Fill ourselves all the way up here. I could manage my prayer a little better here if I wanted to. But the goal is just as little input as possible. Right? We just want to kill the enemies. We just want to kill the boss. We just want our guy to do it, right? It's nice to just sit here and watch and not really worry about anything. We're at a point now where we're pretty close to getting our rejuvenate off, which is cool. And we're still not even down to 40% HP. And we've only used a single food. And mostly that was just about clearing space. We got a little hosed there. We got our enemies respawned before we killed the general. So that's gonna put a hurt on us a little bit. But again, we're still not down. We're down to about our 40% mark, which means when we hit our rejuvenate, we'll go all the way back up to max health. And we've still got, you know, plenty of dismember, bleed, heal over time stuff to work. So we should be good. I'm a little sad. We're going to waste our dismember here because we're attacking this little guy. So we wasted some of our healing. We still have our massacre. Oh, everything respawned on us again. We're getting that a lot here. That's really too bad. We're gonna have to throw down some eats. Some bad stuff's happening. Maybe it'll be better if we just intentionally focus Grardor. Okay, I didn't want you to go over there. I wanted you to attack Grardor. Because he's got so many more hit points, I have a chance to, like, cast all my skills and then build up all my adrenaline and get my rejuvenate off and stuff like that. So I think we just kind of need to focus on him. For some of that. I think maybe this flurry is too much. I think we might need to take it out. We don't appear to be getting enough of the adrenaline here. And so we're not triggering our rejuvenate, which is really harming our sustain. So we'll get our rejuvenate off. We'll get a little sustain going again. Build ourselves back up a little bit. Get some eats going. Because this doesn't really use up a lot. There we go. And now we'll be building up more than enough adrenaline. And that'll help us. We've got all of our DPS and healing over time stuff going. There's our rejuvenate down. Nice. So that AoE ability was just a little too much on the adrenaline. And it was really harming our ability to sustain ourselves. So we're going to have to burn some food. Well, it looks like we've also lost our prayer. Whoops. Let's prayer back up here. Nice. We got some free foods here. So we're going to want to eat on these. We're going to use these to get ourselves all the way maxed back out here. Nice. And then we'll focus Grardor. And then nice, we get our big thing in. Okay. Yeah, we're hitting our 60 adrenaline much better now. That other ability was just a little too much. We could also probably take out the revenge and put the AoE ability back in. I don't know which of those two options is better. Clicking Grardor is such a pain. For some reason, I click through him a lot. I felt like we ate ourselves back to like full health. And now we're just burning HP again. I felt like we were doing really good when we first came in. And now I feel like we're just losing all of our HP. I'm very confused by what's going on. Looks like we get a couple of free heals here with some sharks. That's nice. I love that all three of those bleeds can be up at the same time. The amount of HP that you regenerate from those abilities is kind of insane. Hey, more noted ogre bones. That feels good. And then let's go see if I can prayer up again. I don't think I can. Nope. And I'm out of prayer potions. So we're about to have a bad day. So this makes me wonder, maybe the defender isn't the play. Maybe the shield is the play. Which would make me really happy. Getting to go back to sword and board would be awesome. We're gonna get our rejuvenate here soon. We have gotten a lot of kills in here. We were at 27, 28, something like that. And now we're up to 46. So the kills are coming really fast. And our number of kills per inventory of food has gone up pretty significantly. Just from using the sword and defender. And if I was still doing the slow kills, I'd be getting more rejuvenates per kill and stuff like that. And so I might really actually not be using any food. But that would require us. Yeah, there goes my rejuvenate. There's all my healing going down. So now we're finally back up to full. We've kind of stabilized a little bit here. Which feels good. Even though we don't have our prayer, we've kind of stabilized. Which is good. But we do need to get our prayer back. And that's the other thing, is we'd be able to turn off our prayer in between fights. Oh, we can't do that while in combat. Okay. That's why we can't get our prayer back very well. So hopefully I can kill this dude real quick and then go hit this. Hey, there we go. Nice. Let's eat up our sharks. Fan-fucking-tastic. Ooh, more ogre bones in the notes. Let's get that. Let's get that. Yeah, we're cruising on Growlor now. It's all going good. Now if you just want to go ahead and drop me that hill. Hey, there's 50 kills. I wonder if we can get another 25 without having to go back It'll be tough. We've eaten up a lot of our foods. It'll require some luck with getting plenty of food drops. We'll have to make sure that we're on top of getting our prayer because we're going to run out of prayer here. Honestly, I should probably start manually controlling my prayer and turning it off. So Grardor is the only one that I really need to fight with the prayer on. So we should fight him with the prayer on, and then whenever he's dead, turn it off. And maybe that'll make the prayer last long enough. Some noted snapdragons. Okay. Forget to turn my prayer on again. I am so bad about that. I definitely don't think we're gonna make it to 75. Taking way too much damage. Burning through way too much food. But it's still fun. Hey, yeah. So I leave some of the interface boxes open for the sake of the viewers. Like, I don't necessarily need this here all the time. I definitely don't need this here. I could probably get rid of this quest one, even for the sake of streaming, because nobody really looks up at the quest thing. So I only really need that when I'm actively looking for a quest to do. But I like people to be able to see my character and my gear and stuff just kind of at a glance. I like people to be able to see, you know, my skills. I like having this little thing over here because I like kind of maneuvering my revo bar while I'm playing. So I like having all my other things up here. So a lot of this stuff is just kind of here for streaming. But I'm a big fan of information. You know, when I was playing EVE Online, I did kind of the same thing, where I had a lot of bars. Or a lot of windows open all the time. Thank you. One of these days, I'm gonna learn how to manage my prayers. But it is not this day. Hey, get some chili potatoes. Nice. I mean, I'm pretty over-leveled for this. Being in full tier 80 gear against a tier 70 boss, I've got some wiggle room for not paying attention. And this is a fairly old boss, which means power creep have definitely made you stronger than the expectation for this boss. We are about to have to bail, though, which makes me a little sad. I would have liked to have gotten a few more kills. But we got... Let's see. We're up to 55, so we got almost 30 kills in one set of food. There isn't like tiers per se in OSRS, but even being over-geared for General Grardor, you still get like 3 shot if you're not praying. Oh yeah, no. Fuck that. I like the concept of prayer flicking. But I don't like the concept of prayer flicking in situations like this where I've got all kinds of different enemies attacking me with all kinds of different stuff. I don't want to have to try and keep track of all these people's abilities and flick all these different prayers. That doesn't sound like fun. I'm all out of prayer. We're gonna have to leave. Bye-bye. But that was really fun. I enjoyed that. Got a bunch of kills on that dude. That felt pretty good. Let's put away all of our bones. Does it not show a teleport animation while in combat? Yeah, it was just being a little glitchy. The little snowman or whatever that you sort of semi-saw is my teleport animation. But yeah, it's supposed to. Put that away. Yeah, a little imp shows up and then throws 3 snowballs at me. And then I turn into a snowman and teleport away. Let's see. I don't really think we need to worry as much about the blubbers. I'm not really eating a ton during the fight. Ooh, tuna potatoes. Yo, where'd I get those from? But these sharks give more food or more health per slot. So let's get those. And then let's bring some prayer potions. Just logged in for the day, about to kill Krill for a final Slayer kill. Nice. Krill's fun. Krill's real fun. I think I am going to step away from the killing for a moment and get a shield. And try this with the sword and shield instead of the defender. And just be like, super tanky boy. And instead of going out of my way to go craft it, man, let's go craft it. Let's do that. So we're gonna save here. And then... Is it 2? Nope. Is it 3? Yep. There we go. So now we've got our stuffs here. So let's go teleport. We're up to 23 mil right now. If we go in and like fully look at my wealth, we've got 302 mil. But a lot of that comes in the form of these bonds that we have. I mean, OSRS and RuneScape 3 wealth is pretty different. Oh, that didn't include my bonds. So the bonds add another 212. So bonds are about 106 a piece. But yeah, my overall wealth without my bonds is about 320. $63 mil in OSRS. Nice. Yeah, I mean, that's what it's like 10 mil a bond or something like that in OSRS. Is that right? Like 10 to 12. $15 mil. Okay. Yeah, so your bank is 4 times a bond. Okay, so even more. Almost 5 times. And my bank is a little over 3. Or a little under 3. Right at about 3. So comparatively, your wealth is higher than mine. And these bonds I did not earn. Somebody gave them to me. Because streamer privilege. Gear you're wearing kind of looks like a Ninja Turtle. Yeah, this is the Golem skill set for mining. So it gives critical mining chance and Rockertunity multipliers. Which is dope. Do you all have Rockertunities in... yeah, so when... I'll show you. It's a way to make you actively mine. So when you normally mine, right, you hit a rock and you get a little bit of progress and you can crit. But then every little while you get this little light up effect. This is a Rockertunity. And when you hit it, you're going to get like a 5x, a 6x multiplier towards getting your next piece of ore. And so normally I would get a 5x, but because I'm wearing the Golem outfit, I get a 6x. And then here in just a moment, it'll happen again. But something that specifically RuneScape 3 does really well is they create systems that affect how often you need to interact with a skilling in order to maximize your return. So you'll see that guy's wiping his brow every time he swings. So this is my stamina bar here underneath. And so if I let that stamina bar go all the way down, then it extends how long between each swing, because he does that wipe your brow animation. So there are sort of 3 levels of paying attention that increase how many Bane ores you can get per time. Where I could just let my stamina run down and I could just attack this rock and I could just walk away. And my guy would just mine this rock forever. And I would get the minimum amount that I can get per time for mining this ore with my gear. And then if I pay attention and I do the stamina thing, and I just, every now and then I click the stamina and I keep my stamina maxed out, then that's sort of the next tier. And now I've got, critical hits and stuff like that, giving me different amounts of ore. And then if I pay attention to the rock opportunities and make sure that I always go do the rock opportunity and keep my stamina up, then I get like the most ore I can. And there's one level above that. Technically, I'm only doing 90% of a hit right now because I'm not at 100% stamina. So at 100% stamina, you do 100% of your hit. At any other amount of stamina between 0 and 99%, you do 90% of your hit. And then at 0 stamina, you do like 30% or 10% or something like that. So technically, the most active you could be with mining would be to click every swing and fill up your stamina every time. And that way I'm always hitting at a maximum. But that's stupid. But they do that with a lot of different things for all the different skills. Right, exactly. And so the goal of that is to allow you to sort of manage how actively you want to be doing a thing. Which I think is great. Yeah, you can absolutely just AFK well, until your inventory fills up. Which you could even mitigate. So if I had the porters, so you can put a porter in your offhand slot and it'll just teleport your resources back to your bank, but it has a limited number of charges. This right here is my ore box. It holds my rocks, but it only holds 120, and I have to click it to put them in there. But a porter will actually send the item back to my bank. But it has a limited number of charges. But there's a necklace that you can get that you can store 500 porter charges. So I could put 500 rocks in my bank, completely AFK, without having to touch anything. So I could absolutely click this rock and then leave for hours if I had the porter necklace, and then come back and not even be done. But that would be extremely, extremely slow because I'd only be doing about 10% damage, plus no rock opportunities. So I'd be getting less than 10% of my potential ore per time. So I could do AFK in 10 hours, what I could do manually in 1. Which is great. And then any intervention in between there, right? You could let it sit for 20 minutes and then click the rock and refill your stamina, or come back and hit a rock opportunity or something like that. And so all those little bits of increased activity give you just a little more. So if you're at work or something like that, you can have the mobile up, and just anytime there's a lull in your work, you can, look over and click a rock and let your dude go mine a different rock real quick. So it's definitely a way for people who have lives to keep up a little bit, which I think is good. I really like it as a system as a whole. And that same thing is kind of true of, like low to mid tier PVM. Right now I'm working on using a one-handed sword and a shield to go fight Grardor. But the reason I'm doing that is because of sustainability and AFK ability. And so if I'm AFKing Grardor and I'm not, flicking prayers and doing all that other stuff, then I might be able to kill him more over a longer period of time with less input. But I'm going to be getting less XP. I'm going to be getting less items. I'm going to be getting, all these other things. So, there's a lot of trade-offs. And they sort of bring that into every aspect of this game. I use a lot of Revo Bar, but because I'm using my Revo Bar, I'm not maximizing my DPS. And so I'm getting less kills per time than somebody who was clicking all the buttons and really, running their rotation well. I'm very much in the sort of mid-range of activity. Like, I'll pay attention to the opportunities. I'll pay attention to my stamina and stuff. I like to use the Revo Bar. I'll cast a couple of things manually, but I don't want to do all of it, right? I like some of the automated stuff. So I kind of sit in that middle zone where I'm trying to sustain and I'm trying not to have to work too hard. Trying to set myself up for some simple success. If I can find a way to press like one button every 30 seconds to really extend my sustain time, I definitely do that. I really like using Resonance, which is that heal skill. So Resonance here blocks an enemy attack and heals you for 50 to 100% of the damage that attack would have dealt. So, a lot of bosses have those really big, like, one-shot fucking slam moves. And so those moves are really good because you can just resonance them and heal. And so when you fight a boss like the Arc Glacier that does a move like that, I can sustain fighting the Arc Glacier forever because I get to heal once a rotation off of that move. Which I love. But because of all that, there's quite a bit of, again, burden of knowledge with this game. Where there's lots of little things, right? Your equipment matters a lot, no matter what activity you're doing. Your knowledge of the little mechanics and systems matters. And so you can really, really optimize, your resource gain per time, your boss kills per time, all kinds of stuff in this game. And I think that's kind of the name of the game for most people. I think people are always trying to maximize their AFK ability and to maximize their, like, profit per time. Whether they're irons, and so they're just trying to maximize how many resources they get, or, they're mains, and they're trying to maximize their income. But that's sort of the name of the game, is optimizing that. Which is fun. I think it's really good. I enjoy... I don't want to, like, break out a spreadsheet and do a bunch of math, necessarily. I tend to like to do it just off of vibes and feels. That's also kind of how I build, my Revo bars and my combat stuff. Is just, like, I'll throw something together, and then I'll go do some stuff and see how it feels. And if I like it or I don't like it, I change it. I kind of do the same thing here where I just feel it out and decide like, oh, I think this is a little better, and then I do it that way, or oh, I think this is a little better, and then I'll do it that way. I don't get too caught up in trying to all the way maximize it. But if I notice something, then I'll be like, oh, that's the way to do it. And I'll try and do it like that from then on. Oh, yeah. Big stretch. One of the greatest things I do like about the way this is set up is it's about time for me to go grab something to eat. And so I can just leave this dude smacking this rock and go make some food and come back to an inventory with a bunch of rocks in it. And so I'm going to go do that. All right. So we only got like 6 rocks while we were gone. But that's 6 rocks I wouldn't have gotten otherwise. So I feel good about it. I do think that the shield is half as many ingots as the two-handed sword was. The two-handed sword took 42. So I believe the shield will only take 32. Which means I should be good here. We'll have to double check, but I think we're all right. So we'll put all those in there, and we'll go check on this. The shield is the Bane square shield. Yeah, it uses 2, so that's goes up to 16 times 2 is 32. Because it always takes double whatever the last one is. So let's go over here. And let's get our smith gear. If we know where our smith gear even is. Alright. And then we'll just, whoops. Pop that bad stuff on. Put those away. And now we can make ourselves some bars. All right, all done with my food. I just took a look at the viewership right now. We're fucking killing it today. Holy shit. I didn't realize so many people were watching. What's up, everybody? Gotta love it. I'm actually really excited about this shield. I fucking love shields. Y'all know. I'm obsessed. And I'm really excited to get a chance to put my shield on. Something I am gonna have to look at. So let's take a peek here at Adaptive Strike. So Adaptive Strike generates additional adrenaline, but if I'm using a shield, I don't get either of these two bonuses where it swipes or hits with both weapons. So there's no AoE involved, and there's no additional damage from your second weapon, which is fine. The thing I mostly was concerned about was I thought that maybe that was going to reduce my adrenaline generation or something like that. But there may be some abilities in here that maybe I don't want to use. And maybe I could throw in some of these other attacks instead. Like, for example, 10% of my shield's armor value plus my defense level is going to make a lot more sense with a shield than it did with a defender. So there's probably a good choice there. Well, so this one doesn't generate adrenaline. So maybe not. Because anytime we do an attack that doesn't generate adrenaline, then we harm our revo bar. Because our revo bar is kind of our adrenaline engine. And so anything we put in there that doesn't conform to that can be a problem. Honestly, I really hope that they change the way some of these abilities work. Oh, this is a heal. Okay. But only on killing blow. I don't know if I want to put that in there. What is the defense of this? So armor is 350, so 10%, right? So 35 plus my defense level, which is 80, so that's a little over 100 plus 20 to, okay, well that's not actually all that great. So bash is probably not going in there. We could probably put immortality on the manual cast. This is an ability I really should be using a lot more to save myself, but I don't. Let's see. Barricade is another super good ability. Unfortunately, it's an ultimate. This game, it's a little hard to use these ultimate abilities when you want to. Because you don't ever want to just be chilling at 100% adrenaline. And so, in order to use something like Barricade, you would sort of just always need to be hovering at about that 100% adrenaline mark. And then when you decided to use it, you'd have to get the rest of the way up and then use it. And that generates a lot of negative effects. So I don't even know if it's worth it to have abilities like this. And immortality. Like, if I'm about to die, it's not likely that I also have 100% of my adrenaline. So I feel like these abilities, they should... So back in the day when I played Dark Age of Camelot, we used to have these abilities that were called 2-hour abilities. And the reason we called them 2 hours is because the original versions of these abilities had 2-hour cooldowns. And so you were likely only going to ever get to use them a single time during a play session for like an average player. And so they were really good abilities. The one I always used, I played a hero, and my character turned into a moose. And got a bunch of HP and stuff like that whenever I used my 2-hour. And so it was this really good defensive skill. And it just had a really long cooldown. So you only used it if, A, you knew that using it was going to mean you survived, right? Something good was going to happen. Maybe you're in a boss fight. Maybe you're really deep down in Darkness Falls, and you're trying to get, a special drop or something like that, and not finishing whatever encounter you're doing was going to have some significant negative impact on your game. And then you would pop a 2-hour to try and save yourself and your team and all that other stuff so that you could do your thing. And some of these abilities, right, stuff like this Barricade, the immortality, they kind of feel like 2-hour style abilities where they should just have really long cooldowns, and that should be the resource that you're using, is putting those abilities on cooldown. Because having them use up adrenaline makes them almost impossible to use for their intended purpose. Right, this only I guess this lasts 30 seconds, but within 30 seconds of dying, you have to pop this ability so that if you die, you don't die. And so it feels a little more like a reactive thing, but it's designed to be a preemptive thing, and that's weird. I don't like it. So we're not going to use it. What is this? Leech the target's energy, steal adrenaline. Yeah, so I don't really see a ton of stuff. I really would like to see the con and defense abilities get a rework to bring them in line with the others. Because they don't really seem to make any sense the way they're iterated right now with the way everything has changed. We really do need to get in and try. So this is interesting. the number of enhanced abilities, right? If we look over here at attack, we don't really have very many enhanced abilities. But if we just move over to range here, we've got almost twice as many. So they're going to be leaning a lot more heavily on the enhanced abilities. It looks like this one doesn't even have a cooldown. So this is just whenever you feel like it, do bonus damage. That's cool. This one doesn't have an adrenaline requirement. So it's just a channeled ability for bonus damage. But with a really long cooldown. Super short AoE cooldown. So a lot of these feel very manual casty. Maybe not snipe. I feel like you put snipe in the rotation, in the revo bar. But these other two are very conditional. So I feel like those are definitely manual casts. Rapid fire, channeled ability, binds a target. You can actually move while channeling this ability. So I feel like this one goes in the revo bar as well. But you could definitely, using Searing Wind. So Searing Wind is this ability right here. And it only lasts 6 seconds. So this is one of those things that you sort of need to be manually casting as well. And then Shadow Tendrils can get extended by something else. This one. Yeah. No. No, sorry. You imbue shadows, and then Shadow Tendrils extends it. So these are kind of manual casts as well. Especially because this one has a shorter cooldown than this one. That's kind of weird. Ranged is going to be a little interesting now. Gonna be a little interesting. That's interesting. So if you and your target stay within the same 7x7 square, do a bunch of bonus damage. That's kind of cool. And then magic's gonna be pretty interesting too. Looks like I got a lot of abilities to unlock for this. They definitely made it feel like each class has its own identity now. I definitely feel that. I think I go here. Yeah. And then I get my Bane shield. Boom. Okay, perfect. So now we no longer have our defender bonus. Let's go take off our cosmetic here. Yeah. Because who doesn't want to see that badass Bane shield? Look at that. Look at that. Because I'm bad. I'm bad. Oh my goodness. Yo, let's go fuck some shit up. Let's see. All of these abilities are still going to be able to be cast. So I think we're good. So let's go back. And let's just see how this kind of... Oh, actually, I don't need these runes. Because I have a shield. Biatch. That means we get 2 bonus sharks. Yes. Entrez-vous. And now we should actually be way more defensive. So we're gonna take a lot of 0 damages from the enemies because there is a block mechanic in this game, right? When in the same way that you can splash against some enemies, your armor gives you the ability to sort of make them splash against you. And so you'll see I'm actually blocking like a lot of attacks here. Basically just not taking any damage, which is awesome. Hey, strength level up. Dope. We also have pretty much completely given up our ability to do AoE. But that's okay. And then we'll just be using this dismember and stuff. Because these enemies die so quickly, my sustain is actually worse against these smaller enemies than it's likely going to be against the boss. Oh, there's our AoE. We do have just a little bit. But these enemies die before I get all of my health back from my dismember and stuff, which is kind of hilarious. But yeah, I feel really good about being back in the Sword and Shield. I think that's real great. I feel like I should have made this move yesterday. That's definitely going to help me with killing these God Dungeon bosses specifically, because I still don't have War's Blessing 2. So I still have to do this 40 kills thing, which I definitely don't want to be doing as much as possible. Diamond bolt tips. Not gonna get that. I do want to see though. Can I? Hang on. Drag and drop that like that? No. It has to be in my inventory. Bummer. The kills happen way slower, which is going to be a drain, sort of, I guess, on my prayer. So the prayer thing... The prayer altar in here allows you to pray every X amount of time. So it doesn't really matter how long it's taking me to kill the boss, because the boss was respawning so fast before that I wasn't really taking opportunities to turn it off. So I don't guess it's really going to affect my burn on my prayer. But we'll see. This feels good though. I definitely am not taking a lot of damage. I am more than happy to kill slower and ultimately be more sustained. That is definitely the name of the game for me. And I'm really happy to be back in a shield. The two-hander stuff was fun while we were running all the Barrows gear. But this is where I live. This is my home. Sword and board all the way. Oh, you know what I should be doing? I should be clearing the quests to open up Linza's at the Barrows Brothers and start working towards that whole gear set. Because that gear set is like where I want to be. Because it does thorns damage or reciprocal damage sometimes when you get hit. So I would love to just like bring that shit in here and just let things kill themselves on me. That sounds like fun. That sounds like a hell of a lot of fun. Ooh, Bandos boots. That's my fourth piece of Bandos gear. Unfortunately, I gotta sacrifice a shark for it. We're just 2 pieces away from having another full War Priest set. So we're halfway to Saradomin. We're now 2/3 of the way to Bandos. We have all of Tuska's. Sorry, Zamorak, not Saradomin. We have none of Saradomin's because of that stupid agility requirement that I hate. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even gaining any health right now because I haven't taken any damage, which is hilarious. This is going to be such good sustain on this boss. I'm really excited about it. Specifically, the minion dudes aren't going to be nearly as much of a problem now. I think magic is the one that causes the most problem. So maybe what I should do is we'll focus the magic one and then we'll kill Bandos. And hopefully the magic one won't respawn while we do that. And if we do that, then maybe we can keep ourselves going like the whole time. And then we'll just kind of ignore the other two. After Bandos dies, we'll kill him if we can. But if they come back, we won't like keep fighting him. Our hit chance, I didn't even notice, is super high here. We're rocking that 100%. Which also feels good. It's going to take us just a little while to get these last 10 enemies killed. But that's fine, because we need a couple of minutes to get Rejuvenate back up. It's not terribly important that we start with Rejuvenate, but we'd like it to be kind of close to being ready. in case something horrible happens. You never know. If this Bloodveld didn't spawn here, this would go a lot faster. But I keep having to, like, stop and fight this stupid nerd. And he doesn't add to my Bando's kill count. I do think I'm gonna be able to just keep killing this guy forever this time, though. I don't think I'm gonna have to stop. But we'll see. I'm not even gonna kill this Bloodveld. Just gonna go over here and beat on this ranger and then walk away. Walk this way. Talk this way. Boom, through the door. Alright, let's go in here. We're gonna do a private encounter. We're gonna do some extra players in case one of the buddies shows up. We're gonna do friends only. We're gonna do fastest spawn speed, and we're gonna start. All right. So we're gonna go down here. No, the magic dude's up here. So we're gonna kill the magic dude. We've got our melee thing up, and then we kill Grardor. Now we probably should have just focused Grardor, because we just lost all of our healing from Massacre and stuff. So yeah, I think we'll just fight Grardor, and then everybody else can just get attacked whenever. These fights are going to take quite a bit longer, it looks like. We're not doing nearly as much damage. But all that has to happen is we just have to be able to sustain between our 5-minute rejuvenates. And as long as we can keep ourselves alive between those rejuvenates by using, you know, the massacres and stuff to heal, then we're good to go. A lot of that will just depend on how much healing we can get from Grardor. God, I just took a massive hit from him. That fucking hurt. That felt kind of crazy. So it looks like we're sitting at maximum adrenaline all the time. So I do want to throw in probably this reflectability that'll make us take damage, take less damage, and return some of our damage back to the enemies, which I think will be really good. Because we definitely don't want to be sitting at 100% adrenaline. That's a 30-second cooldown. Yeah, that'll probably be fine. Hey, what's up, Theo? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. How are you? I was an iron, I did recently convert to a main, but I did start as an iron. I just wanted to be able to interact with the market, sell stuff a little bit. I really like selling things on auction houses, so I went ahead and converted. What about you? Do you play Iron Man as well? I'm honestly trying to get some achievements done right now. So I only started playing this game about 4 months ago. And so I'm pretty new. But I am trying to get some achievements done so I can get War's Blessing. Because I think, well, I don't think, some people in the chat were telling me that that would probably be a good idea to up my War's Blessings. And it's fun. Hey, nice. We're going to get a rejuvenate here in just a second. Boom. There we go. Get to stack our healing over time on top of that rejuvenate. Get so much health back. Oh my goodness. Oh, forgot to put on my prayer though. Oh, because I don't have any prayer juice. Okay. I suck. I suck. Oh well. Honestly, this does not seem to be allowing me to kill more than I was able to before. I don't think. Okay, back from ads. So you're going for combat achievements? Yeah, just gonna try and get myself into a position where I can do a little more bossing, a little easier with some of those War's benefits, War's blessings. Let's see. Where are we at here? We're up to 62. Oh, have we done 7 kills already? Well, that's actually pretty good. Not too shabby. Ooh. That's a big stack of dragon bones right there. That's nice. That is a big ol' stack of dragon bones. Let's try and get our prayer filled up. Nice. When you've got it on fastest respawn, it can be a little bit difficult to get the prayer filled up there. If you're not killing super fast. Because by the time you get the ads down... Ooh, hang on. That guy's chilling over there and not fighting me. This might be pretty nice. So I might try and do the fight from back on this side. Because having one less little minion dude beating my ass, especially it's the magic one, which is the one that does the most damage to me as a melee. So we might just have to try and hang out down on this end over here. I wonder how far I can hang out over here. Oh, I didn't push it far enough, early enough there. Ooh, look at all these potatoes we got though. Nice. Hell yeah. So I'm gonna go kill this melee dude, and then I'm gonna run like all the way down into this corner over here. And just hang out down here. We can kill the melee one all the way down in this corner, but we can only bring the ranged one so far because, you know, he's ranged. So I don't really know what to do about that. We can bring Grardor down here too. I mean, we could just tank those ranged hits. Right. It's just one little ranged dude. He doesn't really do that much damage. And if I can avoid all that magic and just leave that nerd sitting up there, I feel like I'm actually gaining health. Oh, okay, so he ranges pretty far. And eventually he's going to come over here. But even so, I feel like it might be worth it. Because I feel like we gained quite a bit of HP there. And then we'll just kill this dude again. And then we'll go back into that corner. Yeah, now I've even got more food than I can pick up. Bring Bandos back down here. Heck, honestly, it might be better to go all the way into this corner. Because he came down around this outside. But if he doesn't come down into this corner over here, then I might be able to just hide from him permanently. If he follows this outside path. But yeah, we seem to be generating a lot of health here. This is going to work great. And I think Bandos is going to come after me, no matter where I stand. So I can just chill over here. It'll be a little annoying to stop myself from running over and attacking that dude. I don't know if there's a way to stop the auto attack from happening. Because I need to kind of keep myself in this corner. The little icon? Left side of your 100% bar. Ah, that right there? Ooh, auto retaliate disabled. Nice. You're a fucking lifesaver, dude. Fucking lifesaver. Coming in to the chat, brand new. First thing you say, solid fucking gold. That's what I'm talking about. Somebody give this man a medal. Yeah. And then the range dude vanished again. And so did the magic dude. That's interesting. So then they respawn. Range dude's gonna come back after me. Melee dude's way down there in that corner. I got max account. I just don't know if I should come back. Got 20 bonds already, but haven't used. If you like range, don't. Never really PVM'd like that. Just take clues mostly. So the new change to combat. Again, I only play melee, really. So I haven't really tried out. Oh, that nerd came after me. Oh, God. I ran out of prayer. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, so anyway, the new combat changes, I think, are fantastic. I've really been enjoying them. I think they complement the Revo bar really, really well. But I'm a pretty new player. I only started about 4 months ago. So I'm not necessarily the best source of information about how the game compares to how it used to play. But I'm having a heck of a lot of fun. And I think the new combat changes are really good for, at the very least, melee. And no MTX. Well, not no MTX, but no treasure hunter. And that's honestly kind of a pretty big deal to me. When I first started playing RuneScape, I was kind of going back and forth between either choosing to play this game or playing Warframe. And it was the fact that Treasure Hunter and a lot of the MTX is going away. Thank you. That made me decide that I should go ahead and play this game. And I am very happy that I made that decision. It's been very nice. I would love to come back if they can remove price manipulation. Oh, you mean in the auction house? Yeah. That is impossible. But yeah, I understand. It can be incredibly annoying. For sure. Where are we at here? 71? Nice. Leveling hard or hardly leveling? You know, we're leveling hard. My end goal was T-Hat. Could have bought one during DA times, but I was idiot and didn't sell all my stuff. GP already had to acquire one. Yeah, no, the super rare items the fact that the cost of those items increases well beyond the rate of inflation is pretty goofy. Pretty goofy. Yeah. I mean, that's something that happens in pretty much every MMO. There's always people who get a little bit ahead, and then they just start fucking with the markets. Hey, 69 sailing. Giggity. I mean, dupes. Just trying to get the achievements for war, so I can get war's blessings. I also don't have all of the war priest sets and stuff like that, and I want to get all those. I don't have any of the god swords, so I need to get all the god swords. I got a lot of stuff to get. It's still a really new account, so we got a ways. Gotta get 27 more bando skills. And I like killing this dude. Big ugly ogre man. Oh, my prayer again. Who doesn't want to fight a big ugly ogre? Ogres have layers. Onions have layers. That's all I'm saying. Oh. Am I still technically in combat? Do it. I love it. Make it happen. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think, even if you don't stick around for a long time, you know, there's some new stuff probably since whenever you haven't been playing. We've got the new zone coming out at the end of this month. And then you've got the new combat stuff to kind of learn about right now. So there's going to be enough new things for you to sort of explore that even if some of your old frustrations come back, you'll get a little bit of fun time out of it. And then if you stop having fun, quit playing again. But we're getting Havenheith at the end of this month. And then we're getting, like, the second part of Havenheith later in the year. So, plenty of good goods. I'm base 80 now in OSRS. Coming back to my maxed main in RS3. Nice. Yeah, you'll feel like a fucking champion then. Just start beating on some shit. That'll feel great. Forgot my prayer again. Got punched in the face. Ouchies. Why is Bando so mean to me? God. Or Grardor, or whatever the fuck this dude's name is. Jerk off over ogre face. That's his name. It's time to go home. I have no more food. I don't have... Whoops. I don't have a full thing of Sharkies. We'll put those away. And let's go get some more foods. Sure, some desert souls. And back to Grardor. So we gotta kill Grardor 20-something more times. 24 more times. I don't know if we're gonna do it in one go here. It's gonna be close. I think I only got 21 kills that time. So we got to be able to get 3 more. If I pay a little more attention to my prayers, and if we get lucky with some food drops, it might be okay. Maybe. Oh no! I accidentally switched to my defender instead of my shield, because it was saved as the thing instead of my shield. I guess that's fine though. I like the defender. The defender is pretty strong. It's not a level 80 defender though. So I think I am probably overall slightly weaker this way than I am with the shield. But we'll see, I guess. We definitely do significantly more damage this way, which is nice. Oh no, I'm stupid. I accidentally attacked a mage, and I can't kill the mages, because I don't have enough Slayer level. Literally been at this for hours, and every time I come down here, I start attacking mages. Like an absolute fucking clown. Oh shit. That's my 5th piece of bandos. One more piece, and we'll have the whole set. That's baller, dude. Nope, I'm attacking a mage again. Man. One of these days, Hermit. One of these days. Hey, eat one of those and pick up a free shark. Nice. Nothing better than free sharks. I don't need to kill that guy. I honestly am starting to wonder to myself if the defender is just generally a better defensive item than the shields, because it gives you that 6% chance to really, really reduce the amount of damage you take from an attack. And just that 6% reduction, I mean, that's basically a 6% reduction. Well, it's 50 to 95%, so it's probably closer to like a 5% reduction in all the damage you take. And if you get lucky and it rolls specifically on high damage attacks, I mean, that can reduce the amount of damage you're taking by 20% if you're only hitting the right attacks on it. Now, that's not going to happen often, but it might happen sometimes. And so I don't even know if a regular shield that just has a little bit higher armor value can even stand up to that. I don't really know exactly what the translation is between armor and damage reduction. So I'm not 100% on how effective a shield just is in general. But, I mean, it would have to be pretty significant, because not only am I reducing all the damage I take with my defender by somewhere between, 4 and 5%, but I'm also increasing my damage output because it allows me to use two-hander stuff and just generally has a damage value. So I'd have to be reducing the damage I take by like 6 to 7% or more to really counter the value I get from the defender. I mean, I'm not even using the same tier of defender as I am with the shield, but the bonus here, that 6% chance to mitigate, is universal for all the defenders. So it doesn't even really matter what tier of defender you're using, because you instantly sort of get the ability to get that mitigation. So I could be running around with a freaking bronze defender, and I'd still get that 6.6% chance, which is kind of crazy. It's one of the few pieces of equipment that can really have an impact no matter where you're at in the game. It's weird that you can't get a defender until you can get into the Warriors Guild. It's kind of strange. Alright, just gotta kill a couple more nerds, and then we can get in there. Go murder this Bando dude right in his face. Murder him till he is dead. Alright, last enemy here. And then we're not even gonna worry about the things attacking me. We're just gonna walk right through. Oh, we got a free shark. Hang on. Eat that. Go over here. Get the free shark. No. That's not a shark. Give me my shark. Nothing to it but two. That's right. Okay. So now we're going to go back in to our private encounter. Should still be up. Yeah, we got 25 minutes to get 24 kills here. Runway down here. Turn this off. And wait for Bandos. Or Grardor. Or whatever. Alright. Oh, prayer. It took me a minute, but I remembered. Alrighty. Now we're just going to sit here and take this almost no damage from this range dude. I mean, like, I don't even think he's hitting me. Because I'm melee, he's automatically weak against me. So I just don't even have to care. Put my prayer back up there and beat Bandos' ass. I should probably put resonance up here as well. There's not really an ability that I know the tell for that I could use to try and get a big heal. But if I just put it up there, then at the very least, every now and then, I'll get a little health out of it. That seems solid. Knowing now that I can do this where I don't auto-retaliate is going to make the Dagonoth Kings a lot easier for me too. Because I have a pretty big problem with the Dagonoth Kings and getting drawn in. Into positions that I don't really want to be. Let's see. We got about a minute. We should probably eat a couple of foods. Keep ourselves a little healthier. Turn off the prayer. I definitely think we're gonna make it though. So far things seem to be going really well. One of the things that this does is we don't get as many foods from the enemies because we're not killing as many of the minions because we only kill. Been trying any fun other little games lately, or do you usually just main one? Maybe you're playing the Terraria Minecraft thing. Yeah, mostly I just play one game at a time. If I feel like I want to play something that I'm not really gonna worry about like how far I get and stuff, I really like the first little bit of games like Rise of Kingdoms and Call of Dragons and stuff like that. So if I just want to like stare at the screen and click buttons for a while, I'll usually jump into one of those for like the first week and build up a city a little bit just for grins. But I'm a big fan of gacha mechanics. I hate the predatory nature of most gacha mechanics, but just as a rule, in games like that where not everybody has the same access to all the different heroes and stuff, because you only get so many pulls, especially if you're playing free to play. So you sort of have to like make do with what you get. I really like stuff like that. And so normally I'll just go play one of those. Never tried them because of the reputation. Which one is the best one to try as free to play? None of them. You'll never make it in those games unless you're willing to spend years leveling up your account over time, and you're willing to get on like literally every single day for a year at least. Then you might finally be in a position to kind of compete. But that's about how long it takes to build up an account like that. If you just want to like pull and play and stuff like that, the one that I personally like the most is Call of Dragons. Because I like the way the combat and stuff works, because you can physically put your tank characters in front of your other characters and stop armies marching and stuff like that. So I really like that one. And that's usually the one I play. But there's just so much going on in the early game of those games. And there's so many little sort of micro optimizations that you can do to try and get the most out of, your speed ups and stuff. What I've really been looking for, and I've been having a really hard time finding, is a really good tactics game. Like a fantasy tactics game. So I love, there are sort of 3 games that I played growing up, and that's Ogre Battle and Final Fantasy Tactics and the Fire Emblem games. And so all of them have some interesting things that are important to me, like Ogre Battle 64 has a system where it's sort of like one of the original auto battlers. So you set up your army in its little grid, and then you send your army to go like capture forts and stuff. And when they run into enemy armies, they just do the thing, right? They just fight. And you don't get to like choose their attacks and stuff like that. That stuff is all determined. No, Ogre Battle is Call of Dragons? No, Call of Dragons has a PC. They are mostly mobile games, though. But they do have PC clients. That's another one of the reasons that I tend to play Call of Dragons, is because it has the best standalone PC client. But you would just select where your army was going, and then they would auto combat. And so that was a really interesting way to go about it, because all of your decision making was done before, and then so it was happening in real time, and your characters are moving around and their characters are moving around, and you can switch what direction they're going and stuff like that. And it was all really fun and really good. So I really like that game. And then I really like Final Fantasy Tactics and the Fire Emblem games, because I liked Fire Emblem because the maps were so huge. And so there was quite a bit of like strategy and maneuvering and stuff like that. And then I really liked Final Fantasy Tactics because Final Fantasy Tactics had a lot of strategy with its maps because you had elevation and stuff like that all affected how units were interacting. And so I keep looking for tactics games and I keep trying to find something that maybe has like all three of those, right? Like a massive map and, like really good strategy elements. And so far, I have been thoroughly disappointed at every turn. And it's making me sad. I specifically would like a strategy like MMO game. Preferably something faction based and PvP focused. So those games, those Rise of Kingdoms, Call of Dragons games, they always have that sort of ogre battle style where you're just moving your marches around and stuff, and then combat is sort of happening automatically. So if I could get something like that with a real focus on, terrain and things like that, that wasn't a pay-to-win pile of garbage, I would probably never play anything else, if I'm being honest. That would be like my peak. Maybe one day. I really like the idea too. So in those games, you start off, you go into a world, and you fight the other guilds inside of that world. But ultimately, everybody knows that everybody else in the same server as you is going to become your ally. GTA 6 comes out in 2031. Is it actually slated for 2031? Jesus. I've never played any Grand Theft Auto games. Those games, I know that they've got like story modes and stuff like that, but primarily those games are just about the open, the open environment and just kind of doing whatever you want. I like something with a little more structure. I don't know. Those games just never really meshed with me. Not that I think they're just bad games. Obviously, they're good. Tons of people play them. But I'm not really a GTA fan. So I think this Defender is definitely better. The Sandbox is the best in my opinion. I hate being told what to do in an on-rails experience. So I like the idea of a sandbox. The problem I have with quote-unquote sandboxes is in the gaming industry in general, I think a lot of devs use the word sandbox to mean or they use the word sandbox to cover up the fact that they haven't curated the experience at all. Because... Oh, really? Yeah, I still won't play it. So, one of the things that I often use is games like EVE Online and Albion Online and some stuff like that that are supposed to be PvP sandbox MMOs. Because they don't incentivize any type of play, it ultimately means they incentivize a single type of play. Because players are always going to optimize things, right? And so there are things, even in a sandbox, to optimize. And so if you don't incentivize variety by creating reward systems and gameplay mechanics and even, like quest systems and stuff like that incentivize a player to do a lot of different things, then all you ultimately do is you homogenize your sandbox down to the most efficient gameplay. Because players are going to optimize, right? Why would I spend 3 hours playing the game to get, one piece of the gear that I want when I could spend 3 hours playing the game to get 3 pieces of the gear I want? And I think that sandbox has just been used to mean we didn't put a lot of effort in, figure it out yourself. So I usually run away from games that say sandbox. My fave is Foxhole. Yeah, so I've still never played Foxhole, but based on how much positive information I've gotten from other people, I would say I'm definitely going to be playing Anvil Empires. Definitely. I'm at least going to give it the old college try. My top 3 games: Onimusha, SOCOM, and OSRS. I've never played any of those games. Yeah, I've never played any of those games. Not a single fucking one. I mean, I guess RuneScape 3 is close enough to OSRS. Dormammu, I've come to bargain. Yeah, I think Anvil Empires is probably going to be pretty cool. I'm definitely going to do some logistics and crafting gameplay with that game. I definitely don't really want to go be on the front lines doing the PvP stuff. But if I can avoid that and instead, primarily focus on logistics and crafting, I'll be pretty fucking stoked. Watch the cinematic for Onimusha 3, it's fucking peak. Okay. I will look into that. Absolutely. It sounds to me like the people who make Foxhole have done a pretty good job of creating a social experience without forcing people to party up and stuff. So that's kind of interesting to me. And that's something every time I see an MMO come out and they're like, you're encouraged to party because you can't do things on your own, and they're trying to force this social interaction on the game. It just makes me realize how much they don't understand what that social interaction is actually about, and why you might want social interaction, right? It's not about having to be in a team to accomplish something. It's about the things that I do being able to impact the world around you and change the state of the game as you're playing so that you can make new choices based on the impacts I've had. And we don't have to be in a team for that to happen. And I think Foxhole is one of the rare games that actually understands that. Right, it's an extremely social experience that has no structured, or at least no forced, structured social environment. Wow, I can't believe how many kills I'm getting by using this defender. I mean, I'm about to get my 24 kills and still have half my inventory worth of food. And I haven't even gotten that much food from the fight. We are killing it right now. This is fantastic. Defenders are super OP. I think they might even be more OP now. Because of this life leech stuff here. Any sort of survivability becomes even stronger when you give me a sustained way to heal. Yeah, well, and I mean, you say OP, but I also would get my ass absolutely kicked by, you know, any other boss in this game. I'm fighting a boss that's like 10 levels below me right now. So... it's not actually a fair fight. Wonder if Blood Fury is decent now. What is Blood Fury? I don't know what you're talking about. It's an amulet RS3 that has defense plus heal. Ooh. I bet you I'm gonna find out if it's good. Defense plus heal? That's right in my fucking wheelhouse, dude. I'll play that all day, all day. We are getting pretty close to 100 here. 97. 3 more kills. 2 more kills. Look at that, though. Defender reduce, defender reduce, defender reduce. I just saved 450 damage. Booyah. Not even fair, dude. Not even fair. I've gotten a bunch of the Bandos War Priest set. I've got 5 of them. But I haven't gotten my God Sword. I actually don't think I've gotten any of Grardor's items. Let's go check. General Grardor. Yeah, okay, so I've gotten... oh, have I gotten the whole War Priest set? It looks like I have all 6 pieces. Oh, and I've gotten Bando's chestplate. When did I get Bando's chestplate? Okay. Well, I've gotten way more than I thought. I pay attention good. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, that is nice. I'm pretty happy about that. I would like to get the hill. Obviously. Hey, level up. Level up and 100 kills. Nice. I think we'll probably just go ahead and call it then. No point in continuing to kill Grardor. Eventually we're going to want to come back and get his full set, but I don't really want to wear power armor, so that doesn't have a lot of value to me, like right in this moment. So let's see. Bandos. Let's make sure I picked up everything. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'm missing something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I'm missing the cape. Yeah, I definitely haven't gotten the cape yet, right? Let's make sure. Yeah, okay. So I am still missing. So I got 5 pieces. And I just need the cape. Got it. Chestplate might have better defense stats than my Bane gear? No fucking way. Melee damage bonus and a prayer bonus, though. Let's see. Yeah, I've got 130, almost 135 more defense, plus 1.6 damage reduction, plus 1,200 life points. Definitely not worth it to me. But that's because I care more about defense than I do about damage. And that's just a personal preference. I can't believe 100 kills. We only got 1 piece of gear. What's the drop rate on those, I wonder? Ooh, see, there we go. A shield. God, we're gonna have to kill that boss so many times. Oh, my fastest kill was 16.8 seconds. If I could have done it just 3 ticks faster, I would have completed that 15-second kill achievement. That's too bad. We'll get there. We'll get there. Let's see. The next one we're probably... Oh, you know what I haven't done and I need to do before we're done today? I gotta get out my gem. Oh, I can just put that... Wait, what? There's just a slot for that? Oh, it took over the slot of my book. Okay. Shit. What's the name of that stupid ass book? Was it a grimoire? There it is. So let's give myself an assignment. 14 souls from the Barrows brother. Hey, there we go. I know how to do that one. Let's go fuck these dudes up. This will be quick. I guess the question is, do I want to make sure I kill them all each time? Or do I just want to go in and kill the boss? once I get to it, just to speed up the process. Might as well kill them all. Ain't no sense in wasting time. Boom. Bye-bye. Actually, if we're gonna do this, let's just go get my two-hander on. Might as well do a little extra damage. Make this go a little faster. Perfection. Singing bye bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Might get ourselves some more of those amulets. They've actually gone up in price quite a bit. The amulet that I'm wearing here of the Forsaken, they were only 8 mil when I was doing. When I was doing them before, these were only 8 mil, but now they're up to like 11, I think, each, which is really too bad because I had like 10 of them and I high alked them because I was Iron Man and they were worth a bunch of coins. But I could have like an extra 100 million gold if I had kept all those and sold them when I converted. Makes me so sad. Look at that slap. Slap him. Get slapped. Yeah, these are a Barrow's drop. Most of the Barrows brothers gear is worth like 1 million gold. And then the amulets are worth all the gold. Take all those. And then I guess I can just leave. I wonder if it's faster just to do this like this. Instead of going all the way back to War's Retreat. I guess we'll find out. Teleporting back to War's Retreat is just so fucking fast. I love me some Barrows Brothers kills. What are we at? 750? Nice. This is going to be a collection log that I'm really going to be happy to complete once I get the last two brothers. It's going to make me super happy. I tried to go do Rise of the Six the other day, just for grins. It did not go well. Not one itty bitty little bit. I got the shit kicked out of me. What's in my pocket slot? You mean my Underworld Grimoire? Did I go solo? Yes, I did go solo. Night. I do everything solo. No. I didn't even kill one of them. I went in, I fought very bravely, and I died very quickly. Of course, I was still in significantly worse gear too. I went in my full Varric set. And so I was still only in tier 70 gear when I went in there. It was definitely out of my league. But I wanted to go see what it was about. I've got hundreds of those little entrance tokens from all the times I've killed these motherfuckers. Honestly, I guess these tokens are probably worth something. 4K a piece, that's not bad. I've got 2 million gold in tokens then, because I've got like 700 of them. Almost 3 million gold in tokens. That's nice. So I don't mind playing with other people, Night. But mostly I like to play MMOs by myself. The thing that I like about MMOs, and the reason I play MMOs, isn't necessarily about teaming up with people to complete a task. For me, it's more about seeing other people doing things in the world. Like, I'm over here fighting the Barrows brothers by myself, and there's another person, and that's cool. And I can examine that dude, and I can like see what he's wearing, and I can see, where in his journey is he at. And that makes me think about when I was in that same position, or it gives me something to aspire to, like, oh, I can't wait until I have that piece of gear. Like when we were kind of hanging out for a second with Grizz earlier, and he came and dropped off a bunch of sharks and stuff for us. Like, I got to see his dragon lance, and that's kind of like the next weapon I want to get for my character. And so now I can like get to see it, and it's like, oh man, I really want to go get my dragon lance now. And so that's why I play MMOs. I like to be able to go to the auction house and, trade some of the loot that I got with another player. Or maybe even have like a brief conversation with another player. You know, bump into them out doing whatever and chit chat for a minute. But when things start to get too organized, I start to feel obligated. You know, like guilds and stuff like that. I feel a sense of obligation to help people anytime they ask for it. And it's not that I mind helping, it's that I don't like that feeling of, am I doing enough? Am I helping enough? Is there something more I can do? You know, do people think that I'm not helping enough? Like, all of that stuff just stresses me the fuck out. And so the more organized my group gets, the more stress I feel about it. I gotcha. I'm telling you how to play. There's a thing designed in RS3 that pretty much require a team. Yeah, and I will do some of that content with teams. I really like dungeon finders and stuff like that. I would rather, honestly, almost always just play with some random that I don't know. And so dungeon finders are great, in my opinion. You know, I don't mind group content. I just don't like the groups to get too organized. Because I'm a psycho. Like, it's nothing against the people that I play with. It has nothing to do with the other people at all. It's literally just because I'm fucking crazy. And I get all up in my head. And then I basically make myself not have fun for no fucking reason. Because I'm a weirdo. Unfortunately, Jagex made a bunch of endgame stuff team required. Yeah, I probably won't grind a lot of that stuff super hard. But I also don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing, right? There are some people who don't want to play by themselves, and there are some people that don't want to play in groups. And so, you know, when you have an MMO, you have the ability to, you know, trade gear and different stuff like that, and focus more on different aspects of the game and just do the things that you really like. Now, I do think that you should try and get as many people in your game to be able to enjoy as much of the content as possible. You know, I'm not saying make a bunch of different types of content and then, you know, if you don't like it, do something else. But creating places where different people might like to spend a majority of their time isn't necessarily a bad thing. You know, like I'll go do all the solo or all the group content a couple of times. I'll learn it, you know, I'll get some drops maybe, whatever. But then a majority of my time will be done doing solo stuff. But there are people who just don't like that, right? They're going to go do the solo stuff one or two times, and then they're going to get their static or they're going to join a guild or whatever. You know, and they're the people who are like making groups and inviting people to groups and, you know, like going out of their extroverts, right? And so those people really thrive with that kind of content. And if it wasn't in the game, then you would lose all of those players. I hate people, especially try-hard nerds. A lot of the best in slot shit is locked behind team shit. So that's a problem. If a whole tier of equipment is in a position where everybody can't access it, then that becomes an issue. If it's just a few pieces, right? A couple pieces are in a solo dungeon, a couple pieces are in a group dungeon, or something like that, then it's less of an issue because, again, I can do what I like, other people can do what they like, and then we trade, and that's fine. But if you have entire tiers of gear that are locked behind, that group play or a specific aspect of gameplay, then you really do alienate some of your players. And that's not cool. Best in slot, prayers, locked behind team, best in slot magic team. Oh, can you not get the ancient prayers without teaming up? That sucks. I did not know that. What am I gonna do? That's okay. Streamer privilege. I'll just drag some viewers along. Make them carry my fat ass. Or we'll just learn to do it all solo. Although I'm pretty sure the last time I brought up trying to do group content solo, everybody in the chat was like, it's impossible. And then they got mad at me for saying I was going to try anyway. Of course, maybe with the new combat changes, if we get to the end game stuff fast enough, there might be something that changed that wasn't like foreseen. And maybe there's a little something tricky in there somewhere. That'd be cool. Yeah, these Barrows kills take so fucking long. Oh my goodness. It's like 3 minutes a kill. This is ridiculous. I believe too. I've done, when we were playing the original Guild Wars, I soloed some shit that almost nobody else could solo. I was a badass in the original Guild Wars. So I believe I can be a badass in this game too. Guild Wars is the greatest MMO of all time. It actually just relaunched. It's called Guild Wars Reforged. Here you go, Pickled Pike. You want a game to play? Buy Guild Wars Reforged. I think it's like $30, $40. I don't know. But it came out a long, long time ago. Like 2007, 2008, maybe? Is that when it came out? Let's see, I graduated in 2005, or at least I would have. So yeah, somewhere around 2006 to 2008, I think, is when Guild Wars came out. But they just sort of relaunched. And so it's not really an MMO. It's more of like a multiplayer hub game where all the cities are like open and you see everybody. And then every zone you go into is instanced for just your team. But it was because it was made sort of at the beginning of MMOs. We hadn't really been making the distinction when it first came out, and so it was considered an MMO. But it has probably the greatest deck building system of any game ever. It is a little bit like RS3. It has WASD movement and tab targeting instead of point click. And that's probably the biggest difference. Like as far as gameplay stuff is concerned. The other thing that's really different is the combat. And the reason for that is there are hundreds of skills, but you can only bring 8 skills with you on your hotbar. And so every time you leave, you have to sort of like know what you're about to get into and then prepare specifically for that. And so lots of different activities and lots of different zones and stuff like that require wildly different builds. And you can mix builds together, because you can bring, I think it's 4 people. Some stuff you can bring like 6 or 8, but the standard party size is 4. And so you can mix those builds together to create some really interesting interactions. And me and my 2 brothers and our other roommate all used to live together right when Guild Wars came out. And we would just sit and play for hours and hours and hours. We dominated that fucking game. I mean, I've probably got more hours in that game than any other 2 games I've ever played combined, maybe. Like tens of thousands of hours. And then PvP in that game is also really good. But it's primarily really good because of that variety system, right? There's hundreds of different skills, and so you just can't make a build that accounts for everything, which means everything you build has a counter. $40 to $50K. Yeah, so I don't have that many. I've probably got tens of thousands in Guild Wars. But I definitely don't have 40 or 50. I think, well, okay, so the game that I have the most hours of all time in is not actually Guild Wars. It's Super Smash Brothers Melee. But yeah, I would say probably somewhere between 15 and 20,000 hours I have in Guild Wars. I considered getting on and streaming it when Reforged came out. I was unable to recover my old Guild Wars account because I lost access to the Hotmail. This is how old the game was. I had a Hotmail email account that was attached to it. So I just was never able to recover the account because I don't have the ability to verify I'm that person anymore because I can't access any of the account stuff. So yeah, it was pretty sad. Pretty sad. That kind of took the wind out of my sails. And then viewership is so good on RuneScape that I'm a little loath to move to a different game. I don't know. I don't think the viewer base would translate well across those two games. I don't know. And there's also probably a little bit of rose-colored glasses with Guild Wars. It's something I haven't played in almost 20 years. And so going back to it, there's probably some stuff that's really annoying about it to me now that I don't really remember. I don't know. I would hate to break the illusion for myself. But the skill system is pretty interesting. You have what's called elite skills in that game, and you can only bring one of them with you at a time. But then there's this skill called a Signet of Capture that you have to spend in-game currency on. And you take the Signet of Capture out, and you kill different, like, elite monsters and bosses in the world. And they have elite skills that they use against you. And then after you kill the monster, you can trigger your Signet of Capture and capture the elite skill. And then run around and, like, use it. And then you permanently have access to it once you Signet of Capture it. But it's super, super fun to go around and collect all the elite skills. Kill all the different bosses, do all the different zones, beat all the different stuff. There are some bosses that only appear during, like, certain quests and stuff like that, so it's a good time. It's a real good time. They have a really good build sharing system in that game. Like, without even leaving the game, you can just copy paste your character's stat allocation and their skill bar, and you can just send it to other players, like inside of the game's chat. And so it was super easy. If you saw somebody who was using a cool build, like, hey, send me that build, and then you could just save it, and then you could just swap to it whenever. So that system was really good. Really good collaborative systems like that. It has a henchman system, so if you don't want to play with other people, you can still do all the content with a team. You just get henchmen. And so towards the end of our time playing Guild Wars, when, school and stuff started getting in the way, because that was back when I was in college, and people couldn't necessarily always be around to help out with stuff, we would just take each other's builds And so I was the tank. My older brother was the ranger who was like DPS interrupts. And then my little brother was our fire mage, and he did the majority DPS. And then our buddy was the healer. And they have a really interesting healing system that uses protection instead of healing. And so we would just send each other our current builds, every couple of days as our builds were getting refined. And then I would just bring a henchman that had the same spec as my brothers and our friend. And then I'd just go out, and it would be just like playing with them, even though they weren't there, which was super cool. Four more kills. We can do it. Holy crap. How did I ever kill these people 700 times? What was I thinking? Must have been smoking crack. I don't know what this person's name is. Gimmythechus. Torag. Gotta go kill Torag. You know what I just realized? Since I have all of this Bane equipment, I could probably do the Arc Glacier with all of their mechanics. I bet you this Bane two-hander is good enough to pass the DPS check. I bet. Might have to do some of that tomorrow. Find out what achievements are available at the Art Glacier. Try and go get some of them. Think that sounds like a good plan. Still got to do Kriara and K-Rill up to 100 kills. But if we check here, let's see. Where are we on the achievements now? Yeah, we're up to 42. So we got like 10 more achievement points today. Doing mostly medium achievements. So that feels pretty good. I actually didn't think that we had gotten that many more achievement points. Still got a ways to go, but that's nice. We'll get at least that many for doing K-Rill and Kriara. So we'll be at least 60 once we get those two done. We may be able to, like, get through the hard mode. Maybe I'll snag up Grizz or something like that and see if he wants to do some hard mode kills on the Guild or the God Wars 1 dungeon. That'll increase drop rates for the God Swords too. Because we need them God Swords. Whoops. I fucked it up. Only 2 more. We can do it. I believe. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Nerd. Why did that skeleton just attack me? What an asshole. Okay. Did that not count? Are you fucking kidding me? That's bullshit, ref. Okay, well, I'm just gonna go murder the last one and call it a day. I'm tired of running around this stupid place. Did that count? Are you serious? It only counts if you kill all of them? Wow, game. Fucking wow. That's fine. Fuck you too. Alright, note to self. Don't ever accept the barrows again. What a joke. Why does this game hate me? I sit, I wonder why. Man, it's crazy how long it takes to get just 14 kills on these dudes. It's taken me more than a half hour now. Heck, it's taken me almost an hour. That's just wild. I mean, granted, I could be going faster. And I did fuck up that last one. But still. I did not expect this to take this long. There we go. Gotta take the loot, too. Gotta kill all 6 and take the loot. Game is fucking with me. Have I ever seen a clue pet? There's clue pets? I have not ever seen a clue pet. I don't suppose it's a little blue dog. Google it. What's it called? I'll just look it up in the cosmetics. It's a blue reindeer. Oh, shit. You know, I have a couple of reindeer pets. I got like 2 or 3 of them. RSE clue pet. Oh, well, I was going to look it up in the actual game and look at it. But I can look it up here in a minute. That's fine. I don't mind. Artemis. Got it. Really? This is all I got? Wow. All right, Artemis. There is no Artemis. Ah, because I've got filters on. That is why. Oh, shit. That is not what I was expecting. When you said it was a reindeer, I was thinking like cartoony Rudolph reindeer, not majestic frozen stag. Yo. That's weird. From behind, you don't see the little halo or the thing in top of its head there. You only see those from the front. Or even, no, the book's still there. You just don't see the rest. Yeah, how do you get this fucking thing? This pet can be unlocked by completing treasure trails. Bleh. Bleh. Well, that's dope. I like that a lot. Prototype Colossus. Yeah, see, this is what I was thinking you meant when you said reindeer. Random chance at a golden compass. Compass equals pet. Wow. Well, there's a decent chance I'll never get it. I still only have the one skill pet. Good old Sifu. Alrighty. I think that's going to be the end of the stream today. So thank you all for coming and hanging out. I really appreciate it. We actually had really, really great viewership today. So thank you all so much for that. You have made the return to RuneScape really, really fun. So I hope everybody has a great night, and I will see you all tomorrow for the next one.